Okay. Welcome to tonight's meeting of the Port Phillip City Council. The City of Port Phillip respectfully acknowledges the traditional owners of this land, the people of the Kulin Nation. We pay our respects to their elders, past and present. We acknowledge and uphold their continued relationship to this land. This meeting is being conducted in a hybrid style and is being streamed via Council's webcast page and Facebook Live. Streams and recordings of Council meetings are copyrighted and cannot be altered, reproduced, or republished without the permission of Council. We also have signs up showing that strictly no filming of Council meetings is allowed. That's including still photos. No photos, no videos are allowed. If we experience any technical difficulties this evening, we will adjourn the meeting for a short time to resolve the issue. I remind attendees that any member of the public addressing Council must extend courtesy and respect to Council and the processes under which it operates. Must take direction from the chair whenever called on to do so. Speakers must remain respectful, and statements or questions must not be defamatory, offensive, or objectionable, aimed at embarrassing a councillor or a member of Council staff, or relate to a matter outside the powers of Council. We have a full gallery today, an overflow in the lobby. So we all need to have patience and kindness and respect for each other tonight. The first item is a removal of an agenda item, 17.1, confidential VCAT matter. Councillors, in accordance with Rule 19 of Council's governance rules, the CEO has requested, and I've approved, the removal of 17.1, confidential VCAT matter, which will be considered in the confidential section of tonight's meeting. I will now ask Brian T., General Manager of City Growth and Development, to provide a brief explanation to why the item cannot be considered tonight. Brian?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Mayor, this item was placed on the agenda following correspondence from VCAT, in which they indicated the possibility of requiring a council decision in relation to this matter. Subsequently, Council was advised by VCAT that due to changed circumstances, a decision of Council was no longer required, and for that reason we ask that the agenda item be removed from the agenda.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to apologies. We have 7 councillors in the room and 2 online. We have Councillor Baxter and Councillor Bond online, therefore there are no apologies tonight. On to minutes of previous meetings. Councillors, the minutes of the Council meeting on the 1st of May 2024 have been circulated. Are there any questions regarding these minutes? If not, can I have a motion to confirm these minutes? Councillor Nyagui to move, Councillor Martin to second. Thank you. Let's go to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. On to declarations of conflict of interest. Councillors, does anyone have a conflict of interest in the matter being discussed at tonight's meeting? Councillor Clark?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wish to declare a material conflict of interest in relation to the confidential section of this meeting, 17.3, commercial matter. Due to my work, I have determined that I have a conflict of interest and it's appropriate for me to leave the room during that discussion.
Thank you. Any other conflicts of interest? Councillor Martin?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm declaring a general conflict of interest in relation to an item in the confidential section of this meeting, being item 17.2, J.L. Murphy Reserve Pitch 2 and Pitch 3 Upgrade Tender Award. I'm the Secretary of the Port Melbourne Colts Junior Football Club, which occasionally applies to council seeking to use J.L. Murphy Reserve Pitch 3 to conduct training sessions and or end-of-season AFL 9s matches. Given the item that council will be considering tonight involves this pitch, I'll leave the meeting for this item.
Thank you. I'll also declare a conflict of interest in relation to item of the confidential section for 17.2, the J.L. Murphy Pitch 2 and 3 upgrade. My husband's the treasurer of the Port Melbourne Colts Junior Football Club, so while I don't have a personal interest in the matter, I'll be leaving the meeting in line with our governance rules, and the Deputy Mayor will chair the meeting for that item. Any other conflicts of interest tonight? Okay, then we will move on to public question time and submissions. We have a significant amount of speakers here tonight, and therefore the time allowed to speak will be 2 minutes. I have a loud beep here, a timer back here. You'll hear it go off, and I'll ask you to stop at that point. You don't have to speak for 2 minutes if you only have a short thing to say. if someone else has said what you've already said, you don't have to speak as well. That's fine. We want to make sure that we are open and able for the community to come and join us, but we also need to make sure that we are making decisions at a reasonable time too in the evening, because you probably want to sit and hear the debate as well. But under Council's governance rules, public questions can only be asked about items not on the agenda. So questions for items not on the agenda, and therefore any public questions that, what is it saying? So those questions, the questions will be referred to an officer for a response. If you're speaking to an item on the agenda tonight, a councillor may wish to take up the question on your behalf, but the question will not be referred to officers. Hopefully that was clear. All right, on to the speaker summary. I think we've hit now 60 people. So it's going to be a long one. I don't know how long you've been sitting here, but there's about the same amount out in the hallway. I'm going to do it a little bit different tonight. We have a random spare chair here. I'm going to try to get 2 people at a time, so we're not, because people are out, I don't know where people are in the room. I'm going to call 2 names, so the first person will be speaking. The next person, please come up at the same time and sit there, and then we're going to keep moving through that to keep it timely. All right, lucky first one, Ian George is submitting a question to council. Oh, well there. And then Isaac Herman, are you close by? There you are. So if you can sit there. So come on down, Ian, to the first chair, and Isaac will be in the waiting in the... yep. Great. You'll be waiting in the wings. Ian, if you could say your name, suburb, and we'll have the 2 minutes for you to start.
Good evening. My name is Ian George. I live in Kew, but I'm speaking on behalf of Graham Lockwood, who is a compatriot, a colleague, and he lives in the city of Port Phillip. What I want to ask a question about is the South African Soldiers Memorial, which is being reinstated at the moment on the Albert Reserve. Could I have just a minute to put my question in context?
Yes, sure.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. The genesis of this of the memorial was right back in 1916, when a public meeting was held to discuss the construction of the memorial in honour of the Australians who fought and died in the Boer War. That's 1899 to 1902, and a committee was raised to organise the funds to build it. It was eventually completed and situated prominently on the Albert Reserve, close to the verge of St Kilda Road, and dedicated in 1924. It was funded by public subscription, and on dedication was accepted by the Mayor of the City of South Melbourne for custody and care and maintenance, and this was passed to the City of Port Phillip when councils were amalgamated. I use the term custody deliberately, for it can be seen from history that the monument is a Victorian state memorial owned by the citizens of Victoria who financed the original construction. The bronze plaque which adorns the face of the obelisk bears the words "in honour," erected by the people of Victoria in memory of the Australians who fell in the South African War 1899 to 1902, fighting for the unity of the Empire, which is our strength and common heritage. In 2016, the monument was dismantled with the permit of Heritage Victoria.
Ian, I'll have to stop you there. I'm very sorry.
Okay, thank you.
But the question is about the rededication ceremony, correct?
I'm sorry?
A question's about if there's going to be a rededication ceremony?
Yes.
All right. I'm referring that to Lauren Bilkower.
Through you, Mayor, I thank Mr George for this question. Officers are looking forward to seeing the South African Soldiers Memorial reinstated after a lengthy period in storage, which has been necessitated by the state government's Metro Tunnel works. We're continuing to liaise with Heritage Victoria and the Metro Tunnel contractors to ensure the memorial's reinstatement meets the required levels of conservation, and have requested a maintenance plan to be submitted to Council upon completion of the work for its future preservation. The state government has not provided budget for a reinstatement ceremony as part of this project, and Council has no budget currently allocated. We have advised those interested that they may wish to make a budget bid to Council to support them in holding such a ceremony, but at this time Council has no current plans to organise one ourselves.
Can I ask if quick response grant panel has also, or grant has been offered as an option to apply for as well?
Through you, Mayor, there probably isn't a grant program.
The quick response one?
That would be appropriate for a reinstatement ceremony.
No, I would think so. All right, Councillor Pearl?
What did you have in mind? What are you thinking? What should we do?
I didn't have anything particular in mind, except that, as I was going to say, the monument was originally commemorated or dedicated when it was originally erected, of course, and now it's been moved some 50 or 30 or 50 metres further away from St Kilda Road and down the slope towards Kingsway. We believe that it's either the City of Port Phillip as the custodian, or indeed the state government, or the builder who was responsible for dedicating it. My organisation, the Boer War Association, is small. It has no funds or very limited funds, and is not in a position to be able to even conduct it, although we do conduct an annual ceremony at the shrine to commemorate the conclusion of the Boer War.
Thanks for coming and thanks for bringing it to our attention.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Ian. All right, Isaac Herman, if you could come into the seat, and Michael Barrett, if you can come to the waiting in the wings chair, please. Maybe in the hallway. Michael Barrett, you're next. All right, Isaac Herman.
Good evening, councillors, mayor, councillors and council officers. My question is concerning Elwood Foreshore. How many cubic metres of contaminated material spoil from the Elwood Reserve ovals has been dumped in the Elwood Tea Tree Reserve and adjacent parkland from the works of 2008, 2016 and 2017? Where in the foreshore and hinterland Vegetation Management Plan of June 2015, which I've got here, does it allow for the Tea Tree Reserve and surrounds to be used as a Class C toxic waste dump? Thirdly, in the Foreshore Reserve just south of the Elwood Scouts Water Activity Centre, unremediated contaminated soil is exposed. At least half the site is exposed to sunbathers and the elements overall. The only ground cover appears to be sparse and self-sown seasonal weeds. In which state or local government policy or plan, such as the Council Soil Contamination Management Policy, could this be deemed acceptable? Has a soil management plan for this site failed? From item 5.1, responsibilities from the same plan, has Council failed to allocate appropriate resources for undertaking assessments and remediation? And from item 5.2, has the General Management Team also failed in its responsibility for monitoring and the implementation of this policy? Why have Council officers intentionally chosen to neglect this concern? With the proposed construction of new facilities by Waddy Watson Oval, where will the excavation spoils be removed to? Next, given that the Elwood Main Drain duplication $65 million project, which has been costed, and that Council is liaising with Melbourne Water, where are the approximate 12,000 cubic metres of toxic soil waste destined to be dumped? And finally, at an appropriate time, will councillors move a motion to prohibit any further degradation of the Elwood foreshore by contaminated material? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll refer to Lachlan Johnson.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Isaac, for your question. Thank you also for sending them through in advance of the meeting tonight. Council has a dedicated site contamination management officer who is responsible for ensuring Council meets its legislative requirements and obligations that are outlined in Council's Soil Contamination Management Plan. Isaac, I note that Council's Contamination Management Officer is going to meet with you at Elwood later this week to discuss the concerns that you've raised. In the time in which you've provided your questions, officers haven't been able to yet locate and consolidate all of the historical information about the soil movements in the Tea Tree Reserve and surrounds, but we will investigate these claims. I can confirm that the foreshore hinterland vegetation management plan, which you've got a copy of, from 2015 does not include any provision for the placement of contaminated material in the tea tree reserve at Elwood. We are working through the issues with the bare patch of soil that you've raised. Unfortunately, in some high traffic areas, we do occasionally have bare patches that arise. We often respond to these with turf installation, irrigation or other approaches. Officers are investigating this section of the reserve as a priority to make sure that we can get the coverage back over that area. With regard to resourcing, as part of Council's annual budget, funding is allocated to not only fund the contamination officer, but also to undertake regular testing across the municipality. Any development as part of the Elwood Master Plan, including that planned for the native vegetation area between the road and Waddy Watson Reserve, will require compliance with the relevant legislation. Contaminated material will not be imported into the site as part of these works. The Melbourne water main drain duplication, as you said, is a very large-scale project. It is likely to result in significant quantities of material being removed to make way for the new box culverts. As this project is being delivered by Melbourne Water, they are responsible for ensuring that the spoil from the site is managed appropriately. There are no plans to store this spoil in the long term in Elwood Reserve, but questions regarding the disposal of material, what their plans are best put to Melbourne Water.
Thank you. Okay, I call upon Michael Barrett's mayor question to council. Oh, I forgot. Name and suburb. And the next person down will be Adrian King, if you can come in the chair. Now, Michael, I do have a copy of what you're saying, and I would like to ask that you don't address council officers specifically, if you could just go to the question, and the question will be referred to whoever's the appropriate person. That make sense?
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you very much. Michael Barrett from Port Melbourne.
Thank you.
My question I'll direct to the Mayor, but ultimately I believe it's actually for somebody else on the senior leadership team to respond to this. Regarding the tendering process for waste disposal services by the City of Port Phillip and the changeover of contractors with effect from the 1st to the 7th 23, under a Freedom of Information request, I obtained a copy of a document, RFT 00164, Waste and Recycling Collection Services. Contained within this document, service specification, section B1, attachment B, B1.1, list of main roads, contains a data table with representative samples of point-to-point physical distances measured in metres along various roads in the City of Port Phillip. I took a random sample of 6 roads from within this data table and physically measured the distances myself. Of the 6 roads, 2 were larger roads and precise to a measurement to within 1 metre of the stated distance on the tables. However, the remaining 4, which were smaller streets and roads, the distances within the table were understated by a total of 117 metres over the total distance of 4,930 metres for all 6 roads as stated in the tables. I then applied this margin of understatement across the total of all road distances shown within the table and arrived at a cumulative margin of understatement of 12.7 kilometres. On the basis of a weekly collection across the 4 years life cycle of this waste disposal contract, this would amount to a total understatement of over 600 kilometres, or approximately the distance from Melbourne to Canberra. If this same margin of error was applied across the total road network within the City of Port Phillip, the distances would be enormous. Would you care to comment on that?
Thank you very much. You've been busy. I'll refer to Simon Hill. You didn't ask the first question listed, did you? You only went to the
Sorry, Mayor.
You didn't ask your first question you've listed. No. Okay, so Simon answers the second.
Okay, I can do that straight after this or afterwards. That's fine.
Okay. All right, Simon.
Yep. Thanks for your question through you, Mayor. Section B1, attachment B, B1.1, list of main roads contained in the Waste and Recycling Collection Services specification, refers to a list of main roads within Port Phillip and states their approximate length rounded to the nearest 10 metres. It is provided as a guide to tenderers. I have checked the calculations you have provided and I'm unable to reconcile your calculations. A 117 metre margin of error over your sample of 4,930 metres when converted to a percentage is just 2.37%. When this is applied to the total approximate road length provided in the table, which is 55,230 metres, an understatement of 1,310 metres or 1.31 kilometres is reached, not 12.7 kilometres as you refer. Assuming your measurements are correct, I believe this margin of error of 2.37% is acceptable given the road length measurements was clearly referred to as approximate. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that was the, I don't know, the timer. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, from this point on, this is submitting submissions to the agenda item, so I won't be referring. The rest won't be questions. If a councillor wants to take up your question during the agenda item, they can do so. So, Adrian, you're in the chair. Thank you, Michael. And Amanda Stevens, are you in the room? Yes, if you can come in the waiting. All right, Adrian, hello. Name, suburb, and 2 minutes, please.
Evening, Adrian King, Middle Park, talking to the topic of the new business Parklet guidelines. 1, they've been tabled tonight before the community consultation on footpath amplified music has been completed and the council vote on the 21st of August 2024. So why the hurry tonight on business Parklet amplified music? 2, unlike the footpath guidelines, no community consultation is proposed for business Parklet amplified music. Why no consultation? My perceived governance failures. A, changing the rules under the radar to protect certain venues where the bona fide prior resident complaints have been upheld. So whose agenda is this? B, Council is introducing a significant volume of amenity impacting rules, at the same time removing themselves from any responsibility for enforcement. Such naked abdication points to serious conflicts of interest. C, tonight is a repeat
of order, Mayor.
of the Parklet motion passed in March 2023.
Adrian, if you can, the point of order has been called. Can you pause for a second?
Argue that accusing councillors of having a conflict of interest is factually incorrect, and I'd ask Mr King to withdraw that remark.
All right, I'll ask you to withdraw that remark.
I'll withdraw the remark.
Thank you, and then you can continue.
Tonight is a repeat of the Parklet motion passed in March 2023, designed to protect a specific venue, namely the AVC
Point of order, Mayor.
Middle Park Hotel.
Pause, please. What is the point of order?
Mr King is also insinuating that our policy is providing protection for a specific venue, which it is not. I'd ask him to also withdraw that, as it is factually incorrect.
Thank you. I'll also ask you to withdraw that because it's not factually correct. If you'd like to withdraw, if not, you can finish up there.
I will withdraw it.
Thank you. Keep going.
My overarching conclusions. What is really going on here, and who personally benefits from attempts to hijack the council's governance and powers? 2, the Parklet motion before council tonight is symptomatic of a fundamental breakdown in council governance. Anarchy. The waste management farce is but the tip of the systemic iceberg.
Adrian, please pause.
This is becoming vexatious and defamatory, like accusing us of something that is not happening.
I agree, and I will ask you to wrap up there. It is teetering on being unfair to the council. Thank you, Adrian. I think there are some questions there that a councillor may want to ask at the item about the music. Thank you. All right, let's move on to Amanda Stevens. Thank you. And next, Alison Porter's online. So we're ready online, people? Okay. Amanda Stevens, speaking to 12.2, the South Melbourne Market Project Connect scope endorsement. Hello, Amanda.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking tonight as Chair of the South Melbourne Market Advisory Committee. My name's Amanda Stevens, as said. The item is at 12.2 and the recommendation for that item is to endorse the scope of the South Melbourne Market Overarching Program of Capital Works that's called Project Connect. So Project Connect addresses, as I came and talked, and as you've seen before, compliance and improvements in the public space and public realm, basically seeding an outdoor space for a market that is thriving and bursting at the seams. One of the areas that I'm particularly excited about is the opportunities to open up the north side or the York Street side of the market. So, councillors, I urge you to endorse the full scope, preserving the opportunity to take this package of work that's been worked up over 3 or 4 years to a detailed design and to further community consultation prior to it coming back to council for its endorsement at that point. As you know, the South Melbourne market is thriving. Visitation is now looking like it's going to exceed pre-COVID levels. The community satisfaction is at 96%. There's 100% of our stalls are leased. And it is in stark contrast to a lot of other markets in Melbourne at the moment who are facing some huge issues like Queen Vic Market, Paran and Preston. So why is South Melbourne market different to these other markets? It's because you as councillors have continued over a long period of time to make reasonable investments and support this community asset, and I ask you to continue that tradition. The market has benefited from 15 to 20 years of significant investment from this council, and I think it's a huge community asset that serves our community well, and I ask you to consider endorsing the entire scope tonight. Thank you for your time. Good night.
Thank you, Amanda. Do you have a question? All right, sorry, Amanda, before you go, our councillor has a question. Councillor Nyagui?
Hi, Amanda. My question was just, there's been some concern among councillors about the inclusion of Cecil Street this time. I was just wondering if you could elaborate on what the rationale for including that as part of the package is at the moment and how you think that might benefit the overall project.
So as you know, the market is sort of bursting at the seams, and one of the things we would love to be able to do is provide some more seating space for people to basically spill out and be able to sit and eat and dwell at the market. You know that we have the Mussel Festival and lots of other things. One of the things that is contentious is shutting a lane of Cecil Street. We want to do some more work on that. That's in scope at the moment, but it would have more work done. It would have more community consultation. It would go to a detailed design as well as coming back to council before being built. So I'd like that scope that's before you tonight to be preserved so that we have the opportunity to further design that out, take that detailed design back to the community rather than just having the blobs on the page that you see before you tonight. I think when people see the plan, I think they'll potentially have some of their concerns ameliorated.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're going online. Virtually, we have Alison Porter speaking item 14.1, a notice of motion by me, Heather Cunsolo, the Life Saving Club parking permits. Alison, can you hear us?
I can, thank you.
All right, if you can, great. Name, suburb, and you'll have 2 minutes, please.
Alison Porter in Melbourne. Firstly, Mayor, I'd like to thank you for the motion. Collectively, the clubs have come together and thank you for the time you put in and met with us. I would like to note that with the patrols, the training of volunteers, NIPA programs and community service that the clubs collectively provide about over $1 million worth of services to the City of Port Phillip and visitors every year. We do thank you for the proposed motion of the community permits to be increased to 12 months of the year, up from about 6, and the reduction in price to $25. I do note that Sandridge, due to the restrictions not being in parking restrictions not being in place in that area, doesn't require the permits. However, what we have found, and I guess the reason we are seeking an increase in the amount of permits is we found, and broadly across Australia, that clubs have to ensure that to increase their involvement and engagement from year to year, that we provide mechanisms in which our volunteers can do this. Surf Life Saving Australia found that when IRB competition, which is the inflatable rescue boats, was ceased roughly 15 years ago, hundreds and hundreds of clubs across the country found a lack of engagement with their membership. So there are small things that can create big impacts. We do ask that on behalf of the 5 clubs that you take offline the proposed increase that is being suggested and work with the clubs further. We do hope to be able to try and increase this further, as we do feel that we're being unproportionately sort of provided with permits compared to some yachting and other recreational clubs. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. I call upon David Blakely, joining us online, speaking to item 12.1, the Business Parklet Guidelines 2024. David, can you hear us? You might have to unmute. David, can you hear us? Try speaking, David.
I'm on now.
Oh, yep, I can hear you now. So, David, name, suburb, and you have 2 minutes, please.
David Blakely, Victoria, speaking on behalf of Victoria Street Traders Day and for behalf of Janice Rosenberg of the Ackland Street Traders. And we're here to speak in favour of 12.1. This is a great initiative. We go back to a couple of years ago to COVID. Council acted extremely quickly to help businesses by bringing out outside trading. We've moved on from there. We're up to the stage now where, we in response to people's changing habits, and also, I think also a big step up to help support local business, who is suffering shockingly in our high street sites at the moment with the slowdown in the economy, etc. I think it's a very fair way, a very fair system the council officers have come up with, and as we move forward. I mean, music already, we've got two venues on our street, Topolino's and Milk the Cow, who successfully have like jazz on a Sunday afternoon with ambient noise. And ambient noise and music, I think, is a very important way to try and attract businesses to our streets. I remember when we started the speaker trial, one of our star performers, they experienced a 40% downturn in music when their speakers were taken away, and I didn't even realise they had speakers that were so soft. So well done to the council officers. We hope it's endorsed by all councillors tonight as in response to sorry, I got a teenager talking in my ear. I hopefully that will all councils endorse it, so it'll help businesses get through this tough times. Thank you.
Thank you, David. All right, the governance rules allow me to refer submissions to an officer to read out on behalf of members of the public. I will ask the head of governance to read 3 submissions due to extenuating circumstances, noting this is not regular practice. So the first one is Hilary Adair speaking to item 10.2, Inkerman Safety Improvement Project recommendations. Oops, sorry, forgot the buzzer. All right, I'm going to give you 2 minutes. That's only fair. How do I do this? All right. Sorry. Changing rules here. Yeah, Hilary? All right. Do you want the paper instead? Yes. All right. Putting the timer on to be fair. Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. My name is Hilary Adair. I live in Linton Street, a small street running off Inkerman. This is a deeply personal issue for me. I have cancer and can't walk further than the end of the street and cannot cope with the stairs at all. I need my car to be as close to my house as possible so that I can get to medical and social appointments. As it is, my street is regularly filled with shoppers and commuter cars. I would love to be able to walk and use public transport, but I can't. If you reduce Inkerman parking spaces so drastically, those people won't give up their cars. They'll park in streets like mine. I do what I can to protect the environment with a water tank and solar panels, recycling and compost. But we, the residents and traders that live here, are also the environment and seek your care. I beg you to vote for option B.
Thank you. Now, Taryn Holland, speaking item 10.1, Inkerman Safety Improvement Project. Head of Governance as well, read on behalf.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you for taking the time to read this on my behalf this evening. I was hoping to be in attendance tonight and had planned to speak, but unfortunately have had a family emergency. My name is Taryn Holland and I'm a local resident in the City of Port Phillip. I'm a 44-year-old woman with 12 and 8-year-old daughters. I'm very active in the local community and I'm the coordinator of the community garden on Nelson Street. I'm very much involved in the community through my job, school councils, reconciliation groups and community sports. I also happen to have a rare disease and am disabled, often using a motorised scooter and wheelchair. When I do walk, I have to use a walking stick and cannot get up even one step, including a gutter, unless there is something I can hold on to. This is one of the reasons you voting for option B in regard to the bike lanes in Inkerman Street is so important to me. I already struggle to access many parts of the city of Port Phillip as we have narrow footpaths, cobblestones, greenery on footpaths, bin days, hard rubbish and uneven gutters that make navigating the environment very difficult for someone with a disability. Having a disability also makes me feel more vulnerable and at times in this neighbourhood unsafe. There have been situations when I have been with my children and felt threatened on Inkerman Street near Aldi and have quickly had to get down the gutter in my chair, off the gutter and try to cross the road to safety. Having raised bike lanes in this scenario will make access and safety even more difficult for people with accessibility issues.
I'm not against providing safer options for cyclists. My partner cycles every morning, but I am against choosing an option that makes the local area more inaccessible when there is a different option available. I'm sorry I can't be there this evening to make my voice heard on behalf of people with accessibility issues, but I do hope that you will all take this statement into consideration when you vote this evening. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. And the last one is Ella Reid, also speaking to 10.1 Inkerman Street, safety improvement. Oh, you have that one. Thanks.
Through you, Mayor, in regards to the proposed changes to Inkerman Street, as a Port Phillip resident and road user, I will only speak to my personal experiences, though I fear they are not unique. On almost every occasion I use my push bike, I encounter almost getting doored, hit, often honked or even yelled at by drivers. Just this Monday passed, I was very close to being knocked off my bike twice in a 10-minute trip, once on Carlisle Street and again on Westbury. When, not if, I am seriously knocked off my bike, I will be facing broken bones, physical therapy, potential time off work or even death. At worst, a car will get a dent in the bumper. For Port Phillip to even consider painted rectangles on the road for people to pause their cars is more important than my life is incomprehensible.
Thank you, Head of Governance. Appreciate that. Now I have 4 online. So the first one is Matthew Kedday, also speaking in 10.1 Inkerman Safety Improvement Project. Matthew, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Great. If you have name, suburb, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Hi, my name is Matthew Kedday. I live in Kilda East, just off Inkerman Street. I love my neighborhood. Like many of you here tonight, I support our local shops. I commute to the CBD for work, and I enjoy the beach on the weekends. But I also don't use a car to do these things. By choosing to walk and ride, I contribute to reducing congestion and preserving air quality in our community. This behavior aligns with Council transport strategy, which aims to encourage more sustainable transport choices. We know that most car trips are under 5 kilometers. Just imagine the impact of shifting even a single-digit percentage of this to walking or biking. Hundreds of cars would be removed from our roads, easing the burden for those who must drive. Yet, many residents, including myself, feel unsafe riding here. Without safe infrastructure, it's unrealistic to expect more people, especially families, to opt for riding over driving. I ask you, and all of you in this room, would you feel comfortable letting your child bike on Inkerman Street without any separation from cars? Today, we face a crucial decision about how we want to shape our future. If we truly want to promote healthier, more sustainable transport options, then option A, with its fully separated bike lane, is the only choice that meets these needs. Option B is just painted lane on the road. It's a cosmetic solution that won't make our streets feel safer. Let's make a choice that reflects our community's values. Let's choose a safer and more vibrant and more connected Inkerman Street. Let's choose option A. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. All right, also online we have Belinda Bailey for item 10.1. Belinda, can you hear us?
Yes.
Hi, Belinda.
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, I can hear you too. So name, suburb, you have 2 minutes, please.
So my name's Belinda Bailey and I live in St Kilda on Inkerman Street, and I'm also an emergency doctor, so I have the unfortunate job of patching people together again when they've been hit by a car riding their bikes. And as a doctor, I would encourage bike riding for all the health benefits that it has, but it needs to be safe. Cities around the world are moving away from cars and towards bikes and public transport, and St Kilda needs to be part of this moving forward, not moving backwards. An additional benefit of option A is that it provides more tree cover, which is also an increasing need in cities as we move forward with climate change. And the only argument so far that I've heard for option B is the needs of disabled people, which I recognise fully, but surely that can be managed in some way with disabled permits so that they have access, preferential access to the parking that is available. We need to remember that we don't want to create more people with disabilities by pitting young, fit people who are riding their bikes to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Belinda. I'd like to remind the gallery that there's requirements to adhere to council's meeting procedures, and little whispers, coughing, anything like that. I understand you might have a cold, but please be very mindful. Rhonda, please stop coughing. Be mindful of the expected behaviours. There's a lot of people here with passionate views, and they're very divided views, so please give respect on both sides. All right, I call upon Leanne Tolra, join us online, speaking to item 10.1 as well.
Thank you.
Hi, Leanne. Can you say name, suburb? You have 2 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you. My name's Leanne Tolra, and I'm the General Manager of Public Affairs at Bicycle Network. I'm speaking to the Inkerman Safety Improvement Project on behalf of our almost 50,000 members who ask us to advocate for safer infrastructure, legislation, data, policies and regulation. Our CEO, Alison McCormack, is a Port Phillip resident and was unable to attend tonight's meeting. Bicycle Network represents more than 1,200 members who live and ride bikes in the Port Phillip municipality. We are sure there are many more bike riders in the area who are not on our database, and we support their right to get safely to work, school, the shops, their medical appointments and other errands on their bikes. As well as our advocacy work, we provide insurance, medical and accident and income support for our members. So we know a little bit about the people who are being knocked off their bikes while riding on unsafe streets and roads. Our members and all bike riders want to see connected, protected infrastructure built into streetscapes at every possible opportunity. The Council has put forward final options for consideration on the Inkerman Safety Improvement Project, and we think safety is a key part of this conversation. Both of the options put up by Council include pedestrian priority crossings, bike lane markings, green treatments, dedicated right turn signal phases at Chapel Street, 40km/h speed limits and wider parking bays. The fundamental difference is that option A will physically protect bike riders from car dooring, while option B, as outlined in the Council's papers includes only painted buffers that reduce dooring. From the perspective of people who ride bikes, option A, which results in the loss of 114 spaces and protects bike riders from the dangers of vehicles, means that 114 fewer chances of dooring at any time of day or night. Option B results in the loss of 14 spaces. That's 100 more chances than any bike rider who passes through that stretch could be collected by a careless car door. The Legislative Assembly Committee that delivered the recent report to the Victorian Parliamentary Inquiry into the impact of road safety behaviour on vulnerable road users this month heard more than 300 submissions and made 56 recommendations.
I'll have to stop you there. I'm sorry. It's the 2 minutes to be fair to everybody else, but thank you very much for joining us tonight.
It called for a culture that favours
Leanne, I need to stop you there. Can you cut her
That's
off,
all I wanted
please?
to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I call upon Benjamin Richardson, joining us online, speaking to item 10.1, Inkerman Safety Improvement as well. Do we have Benjamin? Hi, Benjamin, can you hear us? Benjamin? You might have to unmute. Looks like you've unmuted. Benjamin, can you try speaking? One more time, Benjamin. Can you try speaking? All right. Okay, governance will call you, Benjamin. All right, then we're going to move to the people in the room, and we'll come back to the system of having somebody in the waiting. Again, please, let's all show a lot of respect tonight and restraint. Okay, the first person up is Christine Fritz-Herbert, OAM. Are you in the room, Christine? Oh, there you are. You're coming down. And the second person is Cade Lengel. Great. Are you Cade? Hi, Cade. So come in that chair there. And then Christine's coming up first. You'll be next. Hi, Christine. Name, suburb, and you have 2 minutes.
I'm Christine Fitzherbert. I'm the CEO of the St Kilda Police and Citizens Youth Club, Inc., or PCYC, as many of you would know. And tonight I'm asking the Council to reject option A. And I'm doing so on behalf of the people who come to St Kilda PCYC and the people we serve, but also the residents in the area, the people who use Inkerman Street and the people who work there. We believe that access and inclusivity of diverse groups has been a significant feature of Inkerman Street, and removing a major number of parking spaces will be detrimental to the overall community that we serve. For us at PCYC, the impact will seriously affect our cohort groups older people, and particularly those who come to our gym who are accompanied in many cases by carers who need parking and who need to be able to ensure that the people they bring are safe. We're a community gym, we're not glamorous at all, but we do provide necessary services every day to different groups, very much to older communities, to those who come to us through NDIS programs, plus their carers, and those, as I've indicated, have difficulty. We provide services to those who come through the City of Port Phillip programs. We provide services to those who come through Alfred Health, through Star Health, and those who have significant mobility issues. And these are the people we're representing. Our Boxing for Parkinson's classes are quite unique, and we have increasing numbers in those classes, and the classes have grown, and they have been very concerned about the changes that are proposed. For our youth, we provide support, mentoring and activities, particularly to young people who are marginalised, disadvantaged, and who are in very grave difficulty. Some come with their parents, and those parents too have difficulty in finding and keeping their children safe and in finding parking. We believe that Inkerman Street has had a history of diversity and inclusivity.
Thank you very much, Christine. All right, I'm going to give you my rules. Clapping's okay, booing is not okay. All right, so clapping's okay. All right, hi, Cade. Go. Next person to come down, Rob Mahoney. Rob Mahoney, if you could just come down while Cade's speaking. So, Cade, go ahead. Name, suburb in 2 minutes.
Cade Lenjol, Inkerman Street, St Kilda. As a shift worker who lives on Inkerman Street, I'm coming and going at all hours of the morning and the night. If option A gets up, my parking will be taken away and I'll have to find alternate parking. My closest parking would be Kipling Street. Having to walk through the government housing at 3 a.m. with a heavy suitcase, I do not feel safe. There's another 107 of us, including MP David Southwick outside the chamber, who oppose option A and asking the councillors to vote option B. My husband bikes to work every morning for the last 5 years and has never had a single issue. I urge councillors, listen to and represent the people that actually voted you in and not the flybys from other local councils from outside the area. Please vote option B.
Thank you, Cade. Are you Rob? Hi, Rob. Okay, now the next person I want to come down is Jonathan Green. Rob, go ahead. Name, suburb in 2 minutes, please.
Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rob Marnie and I've lived in East St Kilda for 25 years. In my opinion, successive bike lane initiatives by the council have led to poor outcomes. I think deciding to implement either option A or B tonight will only create ongoing dissonance in the community. If you've ever ridden a bike down Wellington Street since it was revamped, dealing with aggressive and or unattentive drivers, you'll know what a poor outcome is like to live with on a bike. Similarly, the obstacle course on Kerford Road is not for the faint of heart. Some of us here tonight have found viable alternatives to Plan A and B. By changing the various dimensions a little, the current car spaces could live alongside buffered bike lanes, and everybody here could well be happy with that. Even Plan B would be safer if a lower speed limit of, say, 30 k's per hour was implemented. But this is just one street. We need a holistic approach to the use of public roadways, as a street-by-street approach has proved to be unsatisfactory on a number of levels. I call on the Council to initiate a citizens' assembly on roadways in Port Phillip under the provisions of the Local Government Act. All across the world, positive outcomes have arisen from citizens' assemblies on far more polarising and desperate issues than this. Wish I hadn't had so much coffee. We have people here in Australia who are leading the world in running citizens' assemblies. Deliberative democracy works. I'm involved in setting up a People's House Citizens' Assembly on climate change at the moment in McNamara, and I'm happy to share my knowledge with all of you. I urge the Council to delay the decision until a later date and run an assembly on roadways. This would no doubt help the Council to serve the people in a truly responsible and democratic fashion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you. Hello, Jonathan. Go ahead and take a seat, and I think Henry might be waiting outside. Henry Green, can you come in and sit down, please? Welcome. All right. Jonathan, name, suburb, you have 2 minutes, please.
Jonathan Green, Balaclava. It pains me to say or do something which upsets other people, but sometimes you have to do the difficult thing because it's the right thing to do for the broader community and for the future generations who are going to live in this community. The framing of this argument over the bike lanes is not correct. It is not a story of the cycling community versus Save Inkerman Street. This is a NIMBY story. This is a story of a couple hundred or so residents on this street who are facing down the broader community which wants to have a better future, which wants a more sustainable and more livable Port Phillip, which is the Council's mandate. This is about self-interest versus community welfare, NIMBYism, the desire of a vocal group motivated by self-interest to not bear the perceived burden of enacting a program which will benefit the broader community. And what is the burden Inkerman Street is being asked to bear? It's not a safety issue. That's simply not true. These types of well-designed separated cycleways have been installed all over the world in the major cities for the last 40 years or so, and they've been studied. There are no contemporary, serious studies which show that these separated cycleways pose any danger to the neighborhoods in which they are installed. Quite the opposite. Studies show that this type of infrastructure improves safety for all the street users, drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists alike. So what is the real burden? The loss of privilege. This group currently has the privilege of using public space for the private purpose of parking privately owned cars. We are talking about taking away that privilege and returning that to the public space, to public use as a public transport option. This is what is being fought over, the privilege to use public land for their private interest, 100 parking spaces. This is what all this emotion is about. So I'm asking you to do the right thing, to do the difficult thing in the face of a small vocal minority and support community welfare over private privilege to public space.
Thank you. Excuse me, if you're going to yell out, I'll have to ask you to leave the meeting. It's not fair. Everyone should have the right to be able to freely speak if they're following the rules without interruption. All right, Henry, you're up. The next person to come down, though, is Aaron Hafley. Henry, name, suburb, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Henry Green, and I'm from Balaclava, and I'm here to advocate.
That's right.
And I'm
it's
here
starting
to
now.
advocate
Go.
for option A, which is the curbside protected bike lane. These lanes offer safety by separating cyclists from motor vehicles, which would encourage more people like children and less experienced riders to cycle. They would enhance our streetscape by creating a more inviting environment that benefits local businesses. But I'm not just here to talk about the improvements to the street. I also need to talk about the biggest killer of my generation, obesity. Kids being driven around and not getting enough exercise because riding is not safe. That would not happen if we had these bike lanes. I hope those in power will make the right decision, not the one that they want, not the one a small group of people want, not the one a large group of people want, but the one that is best for the future generations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Henry. I'm going to ask Aaron to speak. Go ahead, Aaron. Go ahead. And then we'll go back online to Benjamin, and then I'll call up the next people. So, all right, Aaron, name, suburb, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Aaron Hafley. I live in St. Kilda East. Thank you for allowing me to speak on the issue of cycling infrastructure and to advocate for option A this evening. I learned about this proposal to revitalize infrastructure along Inkerman Street quite recently, and I did some research about it. And I just think it's important to restate from my reading why this was raised in the first place. And that's over 5 years, over 30 people had major catastrophic accidents on Inkerman Street. That's 30 people in hospital. That's 30 people who've had to undergo major medical treatment. Some of these people will have needed years of rehabilitation to recover function. Some will not have been able to recover function. I moved to the neighborhood recently, in April. I ride often, and I don't feel safe riding on Inkerman Street. I've had too many close calls already. Being doored has been called out before, close encounters with cars. I'm a confident rider. I do not feel safe on Inkerman. It makes me really reconsider that as a viable transportation option, which is one of the commitments this council has made to advocate for more active modes of transportation. One of my greatest fears, though, is for all the other users I see on Inkerman Street, people that do not have access to private vehicles to take them on public roads. Often these are people who are marginalized, people can maybe not afford a car. Oftentimes it's children who ride on the streets because they can't drive a car, they're not of age. I've also taken the time to look at the Save Inkerman Street campaign. I understand that this group is formed to advocate against option A. I understand a lot of their fears stem from either impacts on their businesses or on their property prices. I did the research that I could.
That is 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going online back to Benjamin Richardson, joining online for a 10.1 Inkerman safety improvement. Benjamin, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you. Can
excellent.
you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So name, suburb, you have 2 minutes, please.
No worries. Hello, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Ben Richardson and I live in St Kilda on Inkerman Street in the apartments above Aldi. I love riding my bike around Melbourne and use it as my primary method of transport, having just sold my car after deciding the costs are not worth it in my situation. I'm an experienced rider of 10 years and I have had my fair share of near misses, including car doorings and cars speeding past me just to turn left directly in front of me. My wife, on the other hand, is not an experienced rider, and there are no safe places for her to get more confident as we try to integrate cycling more into our daily routine. Safety is one of the reasons I hear most often from people I meet about why they don't cycle, even though they want to. It is just not feasible with the current painted lines on the road. I'm deeply concerned that if we don't start providing viable alternatives to cars, we'll end up stuck in a downward spiral. People have no option but to drive, traffic continues to get worse, missed opportunities to improve health and well-being, and one option instead of numerous options dedicated active transport lanes offer. Drive when you need to, not because you have to. Over the next 10 years, City of Port Phillip is growing even faster than Melbourne's overall projections, while St Kilda will be in line with the rest of the city. There will be 700,000 more people that will call Melbourne home by 2035, and lots of those people will be in the City of Port Phillip. Change in Inkerman Street won't solve every issue our area faces, but is a positive start to ensure St Kilda and surrounds can thrive into the future rather than being stuck in traffic. Change will always have winners and losers, but we need to look at the bigger picture and put plans in place that give us the most options for the great unknown that is the future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Hi, so you just came in. If you can find a chair in the gallery, we're using these chairs for other ones. Oh, is your name Ruth? Oh, sorry, I didn't know someone found you. Hello, Ruth. Come into the first chair, please. So Ruth Slominski, and next will be Catherine Astrop. So Catherine, are you in the room? Yeah, come on down to the waiting chair. All right, Ruth, hello. Name, suburb, you have 2 minutes to speak, please.
Hi, Heather. My name is Ruth Slominski. I'm from East St Kilda, and I've lived in the City of Port Phillip for about 15 years of my life. I've lived in Balaclava and St Kilda and East St Kilda as well as in Caulfield North. And I'd like to talk about how I have found that Port Phillip's response on bike lanes has largely been behind the other inner city counterparts. I'm an experienced cyclist. I'm quite fit. I cycle to Fitzroy every day, but I don't feel comfortable cycling on Inkerman Street. And when I'm making local trips, I'm actually more likely to use my car than on other occasions. I understand that the parking issue has been like a really big aspect of the community debate. I've parked my car in Balaclava for, a lot of my life. I think that Port Phillip should be adopting a more strategic approach to permitted parking. There are no other inner city councils where you can just own as many cars as you like and park them on the street in an unrestricted fashion. Disability parking permits and restrictions on the number of cars that people own is a really good way of managing this issue. And that's something that I've raised with council's officers in the past. I think that a lot of the other inner city councils have implemented safer bike options that haven't been successful, including the City of Port Phillip. I didn't enjoy the Westbury Street green shiny thing, which I really don't think would be a good thing to implement on Inkerman Street in option B. Therefore, I'm more in favour of option A. But I also think that this is a great opportunity for council to get it right in a way that other councils haven't in the past, and Port Phillip also hasn't. So while I don't fully support option A, I think that it's a better option than option B, and I'm calling on the council to implement further discussion on the bike lanes so as to achieve something that's actually practical and workable and actually safe for cyclists rather than being just a meaningless, green paint on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. All right, Catherine, move on over to the chair, and then next is Jeffrey Edwards. Jeffrey Edwards, come to the chair. You make your way there, no rush. All right, Catherine, go ahead. You get 2 minutes. Name, suburb, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Catherine A. Stroke Balaclava. As you know, I'm a resident of Inkerman Street and one of many members of the community who would be detrimentally impacted by option A and who've raised concerns about it. Contrary to the assertion that we're a small, well-organised anti-bike group, we're in fact a large, disparate group of the community who have come together and raised our voices because we want to see the needs of all community members being taken into account. It's clear from the engagement survey and the petitions that you've received that the majority of the community do not support option A. That option would have a devastating impact on our local community, as would any variant of it. Those lobbying for option A would have you see it as a binary choice between one option, option A, that is bike safe, and all other options that are not. Now, that's simply not the case. Option B delivers cyclist safety as well as greater pedestrian safety than option A. So greater pedestrian safety than option A. And I note that the crash statistics, if you actually delve into them properly, as opposed to the assertions that we've been receiving about those, that they show that pedestrians are actually the main group that have suffered the serious accidents on Inkerman Street. Now, there are also other alternatives without the major structural changes and cost that would deliver improved safety for all road users. This is not a NIMBY issue. Most of us want something done, but we want something that's balanced, appropriate and cost efficient. Now, option A is not the only way to help build a network of connected, safe riding options. The report to Council underpinning the February amendments to the Integrated Transport Strategy acknowledged that. Council officers have recommended against option A. That option, or any variant of it, would have a detrimental impact. Please don't vote for it.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Jeffrey. The next person to come down is Cassie Johnstone. Cassie, come on down. Oh, good, you're there. All right, Jeffrey, go ahead. Name, suburb.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeffrey Edwards, St Kilda East. I'm very pleased to see common sense and fiscal prudence prevail in your own office's recommendation that Council abandon the ideological folly that is your widely discredited option A in favour of the practical alternative, the everyone wins something alternative, which is option B. You pay your officers handsomely and correctly for this advice, so please don't squander ratepayers' money by willfully ignoring your officers' advice. Not only is option A a dreadful waste of ratepayers' money, it's unlikely to improve road safety for, Catherine's just mentioned it, the most vulnerable users of this thoroughfare, pedestrians. Pedestrian safety is equivalent, if not better, under option B than option A. Now, as we know, option A, it's been often said here, will decimate businesses in Inkerman Street. I won't go into that in any more detail. Option A also decimates neighbourhood amenity for all residents, including residents, as we've heard, living with a disability. It discriminates against those living here with the disability in a particularly egregious way. We know, you know that traffic congestion and on-street parking in and around Inkerman Street has been dire for many years, much worse in recent weeks with the roadworks outside. And this, I suggest to you, is just a foretaste of the complete traffic and parking chaos and related safety concerns that would arise from option A. Except it wouldn't just be a nightmare or chaos. It would become, and I put to you, a parking apocalypse. I encourage you to be the council that avoids the serious reputational risk of option A and votes in sense for common sense option B.
Yeah, I need to stop there. All right. Thank you, Jeffrey. Cassie, come on over. And the next person is Stephen Liddicutt to come down to the chair. All right. Cassie, name, suburb, go ahead.
Cassie Johnston, St Kilda East. Inkerman Street business owners have been vilified, trolled and branded as flies in the separated bike lane ointment. They have every right to be concerned about their livelihoods and those of their employees. Indeed, they have every right to care about their clients, customers and patients. But please do not believe spin that it's just businesses who are worried about option A and the impacts. Figures for both the engagement process and petitions clearly show residents do not want option A. This whole process and the extraordinary proposal has been deeply destabilising to residents. I know my neighbours and I know they are anxious and extremely upset, as am I. Please think about us. Think about the less able individuals and groups who will be deprived of access. Think about people in the social and community housing estate who have not been engaged or properly informed and how they will be disadvantaged and marginalised. I trust you will not consider sacrificing the needs of these vulnerable people in our community in order to pacify lobby groups because they have unpleasant tactics and haranguing voices. Please firmly rule out option A. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen, you're next. Anne Boyd, can you come to the next chair, please? Stephen, name, suburb, and 2 minutes, please.
Stephen Liddicutt, East St Kilda. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. Just quickly, I've done a lot of door knocking in the area to gauge the issues out there in terms of people's feelings on the proposal at hand. And I've come across significant numbers of cyclists who live in Inkerman Street and surrounding streets. Most also have a car, but in all but one of these cases, we're not supportive of separated bicycle lanes in Inkerman Street for a range of reasons. Opposition took on a few forms. Some didn't like the constraining nature, moving between protected and unprotected, consequential costs to amenity in terms of parking, access to their property would be too high a price to pay for the consequential dramatic parking loss, the general diminishment of ambience of the neighbourhood from frustrated drivers and their extended quest for parking into traditionally quiet side streets, general concern for the community. This is general concern for the community, which is a huge issue, which is one that doesn't seem to extend, unfortunately, to those that have that opposing view and sense of entitlement. General concern for the community in terms of cohesion, ease of access, business viability and connectedness in general, which large shrinkage of parking would create. I find it very difficult to meet anyone prepared to engage in this respectful dialogue to mull over forensically the full range of considerations when it comes to option B. That is, when I'm yet to actually properly engage with anyone who has an opposing view, because it seems like it's more there appears to be a aversion to such an exchange. It seems...
I know, 2 minutes is really quick, but thank you, Stephen. Thank you very much. It's Anne's turn now. Anne, go ahead and take that chair, please. And the next person to come down is Gregor Brownlee, please. All right, Anne, name, suburb, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Anne Boyd, St Kilda East. Concerning cyclists, 1.
non-entitlement. Drivers pay hefty fees to use the roads: registration, licence, insurance and road maintenance through COP rates. A cyclist from anywhere in Melbourne using our street pays nothing. Cyclists are not entitled to commandeer our Inkerman Street parking for exclusive use bike lanes. Existing bike lanes are adequate for the low number of cyclists using them. The number of cyclists will not increase because the proposed protected bike lane is a road to nowhere. There is no linking protected route at either end of it. 2, safety. In both options A and B, there will be no median strip safety zone for pedestrians to cross halfway, making crossing very dangerous. We've heard about cars hitting cyclists. Most of these accidents occur not along the street but at intersections where protected bike lane curbing cannot be built. We've also seen cyclists running red lights at intersections and pedestrian crossings. Some cyclists don't ride safely. Here in the southeast, pedestrians have been injured or killed. 3, emissions. If many car parks are lost, drivers will have to circle around in low gear looking for an elusive park. This will increase emissions. As a further safety concern, driver frustration and stress could also lead to risk-taking. Drivers have cars because they need them for many crucial reasons. Travelling long distances, carry goods and passengers. Then there are a multitude of vehicles coming to the neighbourhood who need close-by street parking access. To name a few: regular nursing, caregiving and home help staff, tradesmen, deliveries and pickups, customers and clients of businesses and services. There would be no less cars due to car park loss.
Anne, I'll have to stop you there. Thank you. Thank you, Anne. On to Gregor McBrownlee and then Warren Middleton, if you can come down, please. Hello, Gregor.
Good evening. Gregor Brownlee. I live on the corner of Elmer Road and Westbury Street in St Kilda East. I've lived there for 27 years. And for 40 years, I've been an active recreational and occasionally competitive cyclist. I, over those 27 years, have used Inkerman Street, the 1.4 kilometres in question, up to 8 times a week, both east and west, and I'm yet to have an incident with a vehicle. I have had incidents on Westbury Street when the bike trial was conducted there, and thankfully it was withdrawn. And frankly, it's poor design. It was not the fault of the driver, and I would argue that it was not my fault either. The other 2 incidences that I've had in the last 18 months have not been through the trials of this council, but in fact the Vic Roads trials on the Esplanade and Jacob Boulevard. The lady who spoke before me was correct. The difficult protocol at the end of the sections where you move into a normal environment outside of the bike lanes is very difficult to interpret for both the cyclist and for the motorist. And similarly to the Westbury Street incident, it was neither my fault, I would argue, nor the fault of the motorist that I was nearly collected as they had to turn left in front of me. There are already bike lanes in Westbury Street, in Inkerman Street, and I believe that they are adequate. The loss of amenity for residents, as well as for those people who have businesses in Inkerman Street, does not reconcile with the improved safety with either options A or B, in my opinion. I would ask that you vote for neither, but I'm understanding that you do have to vote for one of the options, and for that reason, I would implore you to vote for option B tonight.
Thank you, Gregor. Thank you, Warren. You're ready to go. Next is Rose Middleton. If you can come down, Rose. All right, Warren, name, suburb, 2 minutes, please.
Hello, Warren Middleton, St Kilda East. We're hearing a lot of arguments for both options tonight. Obviously, the gallery behind us is full, the corridors full out there of people that live and work in Inkerman Street. We're not anti-bike, we're not anti-safety. It's just a thing that's been made up, and we are here as normal human beings that work hard strive every day to get out of bed and do the best we can. It's been an unfair campaign from members of the cycling communities. We understand they may be scared and frustrated with the people that use the roads. From my point of view, I see as many cyclists not wearing helmets, no lights on the bikes, going through red lights. They don't care about their safety or anyone else's. I'm sorry, that is the fact. I don't think it's about safety. It's just about trying to get one up on each other. This is a ridiculous campaign. We know we can have improvements with option B, lower speed limits, wider cycle lanes, and I think that is the way to go, without a shadow of a doubt. It's not about privilege. It's not about parking a car, having privilege to park your car on the street. That's unfair also. This is about a community that is trying to do everything they can to keep their livelihoods going and just to enjoy living. It's been a stressful time for a lot of people, and we hope this council tonight will do the right thing and understand that, you know, we all have a right to have a fair go, essentially. And I'm hoping that you guys will endorse and vote for option B tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Hello, Rose. If you can hold off for a second, and can we get Trevor Hannah to come down too? All right, Rose, your turn to talk. Name, suburb, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Rose Middleton, St Kilda East. I would like you to think about my and my friend's safety. I'll have to cross a bike lane and 2 lanes of traffic to get to my car. And I'll have to go across 2 lanes of traffic and a bike lane to get back to my house.
What do you want? That's all right.
What do you want to vote for? And I think I would like you to vote for option B.
Thank you, Rose. Well done. It is tricky in front of a big crowd. All right, Trevor, you're next, and I'll call Tony Schneeswaz to come down next, please. So Trevor Hannah, name, suburb, and 2 minutes.
Trevor Hannah from St Kilda East. I want to talk about the very, very real impact that the loss of parking will have on the elderly and the infirm. Firstly, I'd like to say I'm not a whinger, anyone who knows me, and there's a lot of people here and out there that are a hell of a lot worse off than me, but I really want you to know sometimes what a real situation people are in. About 20 years ago, I had a heart attack. Since then, that's been going on. I've got about 7 stents. I was taken by ambulance to hospital and I actually died in the hospital, and they gave me a pacemaker, but I'm still there. I've had a knee replacement, a spinal fusion with 4 screws and 2 plates in my back, and the last 4 years I've been battling lymphoma and chemotherapy, and I'm left quite fatigued. Parking in this area is already so scarce. I travel up and down to the Geelong area a couple of times a week, sometimes homeschooling my 13-year-old granddaughter who was bullied at school and had to pull out. When I come back, sometimes I've got to park way up the road and wait till sometimes the next day to get a parking space close enough to unload my car. Some days walking short distances is a problem for me, and those median refuge strips in the middle have saved my butt a few times, I can tell you. I don't want to see them go. I know that there are others here that are far worse off than me in this area, so it's on their behalf as well as my own that I implore you to listen to your hearts, and please, please don't take away any more of our car parks. If we lose more parking, I for one feel that I'm going to have to sell my house and move. This isn't a 2-minute bike ride for us. This is our lives. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Trevor. Tony, you're next, and Ben Arvamidas to come down next. And then I think I'll propose a break after this. So go ahead, Tony.
Tony Schneeweis, St Kilda East. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. I'm a partner at Inkerman Medical Group, a long-standing practice for over 50 years now on Inkerman Street. I believe we may be the largest GP practice in the area. We have 10 doctors on staff with 3 nursing staff, a practice manager with on-site pathology, visiting specialist services, podiatry and psychotherapy. We have a small amount of on-site parking, but to allow access for our patients, our staff tend to park in a very small car park on Hotham Street, which caters for less than 1/3 of our staff requirements. Parking is always at a premium near the practice. We use a lot of consumables and require frequent deliveries. We also have ambulances attending at least once or twice weekly, which can block the entrance to our car park for up to 1 hour at a time. I believe access to healthcare is a core foundation for our local community, and to reduce car parking by any measure would be untenable. We have many elderly patients with mobility aids and young families with several children and strollers who would be greatly disadvantaged by any further limitations on parking. As a local health provider, I'm asking councillors to vote for option B tonight in order to improve safety for cyclists while causing the least negative amenity impacts for the community who relied on us for over 5 decades. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just debating in my head if we can actually feasibly take a break. It's going to be pretty chaotic. Might do like a stretch. What do you need? You want a break? Okay. I'll be thinking about it during your speech. All right. Ben, go ahead. You have name, suburb, and 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Ben Avramides from St Kilda. I'm the leaseholder and publican at the Post Office Club Hotel, and I want to start by saying I'm full support of safety, wellness, cyclists, but I don't think it's in terms of option A, and I hope you'll vote for option B. Since 1871, our pub has supported local, when supporting local meant giving gangsters and bookies a place to feel at home. Fast forward 150 odd years and it's the same style of hospitality we're trying to offer now. We're a large employer of local residents and will be impacted by the proposed changes. In an effort to stay viable in today's economy, we rely heavily on different types of trade, including food, function bookings and, of course, the bar trade. Parking's already a struggle, as you've heard dozens of times. And when it's unavailable, people don't stop. Our weekly skip, our bin collections already cause congestion and delays on the street when trucks pull in. Some of our regular larger deliveries do the same. Removing car parking from the sides of the streets would create huge problems for us and result in casual drop-in trade being decimated overnight. While there's a small car park at the back of the pub, it's utilised by everybody, rarely space for our customers or our staff. Experience and industry knowledge has proven that if a business relies on street parking for income, it'll lose proportionate income associated to lost car parks. Loss of revenue will make it impossible for us to continue to afford our rent. If customers can't find easy, convenient access, they won't stop. This is not only the law of retail hospitality, but common sense. Please support and protect the slice of St Kilda's history and vote for option B tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. You've all been sitting here very patiently. This is going to be a tricky break. It's only going to be 5 minutes. So take the opportunity to stand up, talk to your friends. But if you're leaving the room, you may not be able to get back and get your seat. So you're welcome to go to the toilet. You're welcome to get tea, but that's the risk. It's only 5 minutes. All right. The first person up will be Jacob Unfanger, and the second person will be Jazz Bradley. Now, if you need to go home at any point, you're welcome to go. If you need to go to the facilities, you're welcome to go. And also, if you want to give up your chair and switch with some people out there, you're welcome to do that. Hello, Jacob.
Good evening.
All right, and can we be quiet in the hallway, please? Oh, yeah, and ELT, if you can come back, that'd be good too. All right, I think we're sorted. Jacob, name, suburb, and you have 2 minutes.
Councillors, my name is Jacob Unfanger. I'm the owner of Melbourne Kosher Butchers in Inkerman Street. We've been there for over 30 years. We're the only kosher butcher on this side of town, on this side of Dandenong Road, who have an open display. Many customers go to the supermarket. Maybe it's good for most younger ones. The elderly still want the old way service, and they come to our shop. Last time I was speaking about people coming in wheelchairs. Today I've presented to the councillors a photo of actually happened within 5 minutes between handicapped people coming in, or people, elderly people, and the younger ones coming in with children. For this group of people, the parking is very essential, and any parking that will be cut away will stop them from coming in. The question is, where will these people be able to purchase what they need? As far as parking in the area, it's very, very tight. Last week, I got 3 tickets parking in the area. Therefore, please consider to give us as much parking as you can, and thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Jazz Bradley, are you... Oh, there you are. You're in the wrong chair. Can you come into this one, please? Oh, it's not the wrong chair, but it's not the chair we use. Sorry, I saw you and then you disappeared. All right. You're next, and then George Dellis, if you can come down. Thank you. All right, Jazz, name, suburb, 2 minutes, please.
Jazz Bradley, Balaclava. You've heard it all before from me, so I'm not going to blag on about, parking and businesses and everything else. I just want to thank you. I want to thank councillors and council officers and everyone here tonight, even when we've disagreed about everything. You've been consultative and willing to listen. We really appreciate it. We appreciate it. It's been hard for you. It's been hard for us. But there's been a lot of work done behind the scenes to get us all where we are here tonight, and we appreciate you being willing to consult with us and listen even when we haven't agreed. It's been really heartening for me to see that an improved option B is on the table for our community tonight. That means a lot to us that you've taken our feedback into account. That's huge for the community. And it's not just a couple of hundred of us, believe me. Secondly, how good is Inkerman Street? What a truly fabulous community we have here. This has brought us all together so amazingly. Doctors, butchers, publicans, sparkies, mechanics, interior designers, musicians, music teachers, bookbinders, naturopaths, physios, chiros, psychologists, doggy sitters, barbers, gym managers, cafes, chemists, picture framers, sign writers and theatre producers. But most importantly, our beautiful residents. Smart, passionate, creative, funny, weird, determined and altruistic, Inkerman Street delivers the rainbow. Please vote for option B tonight and let everyone here keep the lights on.
Thank you for the kind words there, Jazz. George Dellis, you'll be next, and Paul Haskin, if you can come down, please. George, name, suburb, 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. My name is George Dellis. I'm a resident and a business owner of a pain management clinic on Inkerman Street for over 35 years. I stand firmly with the Council Officer's recommendations for option B due to its emphasis on pedestrian safety and minimal loss of car parking spaces while still improving safety for all road users. Option A, while aimed at protecting cyclists, inadvertently increases the risks for pedestrians, our most vulnerable road users. The data speaks volumes in your paper. The data speaks volumes showing a higher incidence of serious injuries among pedestrians, 7, in comparison to cyclists, 2, in the same period along Inkerman Street. Introducing a design that forces all passengers from cars to cross protected bike lanes not only elevates the risk of collision between cyclists and pedestrians, but introducing tripping hazards as well. It begs the questions, how can our council justify placing such risks on our community, especially the elderly, those requiring mobility aids like my 88-year-old mother over here, who will never ride a bike to come and visit me, let alone come for treatment, which is in pain. No one in pain rides a bike for treatment. And for our children. Furthermore, the assumption that option A will significantly shift transportation preferences from cars to bicycles lacks solid evidence. Without concrete data supporting this shift, especially under unfavourable weather conditions, how can we proceed confidently with option A? And if sustainability truly guides this project, why is there little emphasis on using climate-friendly materials for this project? In closing, while the intentions behind option A are commendable, they fall short when considering the broader implications for pedestrian safety, local businesses, residents and environmental sustainability. I urge you to support the recommendation for option B, which also aligns with the community based on the demographic data by your surveys for this option, as well as the project's overall aim of protecting all road users. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Thank you. So, Paul, you're in the chair now. Helen Phillips,
Thank
you'll
you,
be
Mayor.
next.
Paul Haskin, St Kilda East. I'll be brief tonight. I would like to thank you, Mayor, and councillors for listening to the legitimate concerns of the local residents and business owners in and around Inkerman Street, our local community and your community regarding the proposed upgrade to the existing bike path. I would like to thank you for taking the time to read the numerous emails and letters from my disabled patients so that you now have a better understanding of the impact the removal of 116 parking bays will have on them. I'm therefore glad to read that your report recommends that Council proceeds with option B. Thank you again for your time and putting the welfare of your community first.
Thank you. So Helen, Emily will see if you can put the light on. All right, it's good to go. So Helen, name, suburb, and you'll have 2 minutes. And next person, real quick, is Anna Linders.
Hello, my name's Helen Phillips and I live in Inkerman Street and I'm part of this wonderful community that we have there. These last few months have been pretty exhaustive and I hope that the council make the decision of option B and make a fair decision for everyone involved in this, the Inkerman Street residents, the businesses, everybody. I have felt like I've been in the episodes of Border Force, where first episode was telling us what you wanted to do. In Border Force they do that, then they give them an option of you don't want to be deported, so give us 10 minutes to tell us why you can't be deported, and now I hope you do the episode 3 where you do the right thing by all of us. Thank you.
Whoops, that's all right, we can fix that. Noted, Anna, and thank you, Helen. So we'll get down Ariel Lewin, and the next will be Dean Macbeth after that. So Ariel, you be first. Thank you. Name, suburb, and 2 minutes.
Well, I didn't know I was going to speak, but that's okay.
Oh, well, if you're ready, go for it.
I registered, but I didn't put my name down. Anyway, I'm a resident of East St Kilda and strongly opposing option A. I guess I read the report briefly, and the report seemed a little bit quick, done over a 12-hour period over 1 day in February 2-3 years ago, and that report is what I guess the councillors are looking at to base their findings, and so I think they're a bit misled with the report that they were given. And I implore you to please not vote for A. I live in Inkerman Street. I own my house. I want my car. I want to have access to my car. I use it regularly. I work at the market, at the Queen Victoria Market, where I need to take a lot of stock back and forwards. My kids are back and forwards with activities on a daily basis. And I could keep on ranting on, but I just really wish you guys could just vote for what's best for me and, I guess, Inkerman Street residents.
Thank you. Now, before you start, Dean, in general, if your name's on the list, I call it, and someone's already said what you want to say, you don't have to speak. It's fine. You can withdraw. But Dean, you're up, and the next one will be Claire Coscio. Cecile? You'll be coming now next. I butchered that. But okay, Dean, name, suburb, and 2 minutes, please.
Good evening. Dean Macbeth, St Kilda East. As a local resident who actually lives on the stretch of Inkerman Street that is not going to be impacted by these proposed changes, I want to register my strong opposition to the changes outlined in option A, which I believe will have a severe detrimental impact on the 40 to 50 local businesses and residents located and living along and adjacent to Inkerman Street. Local residents have the right, and it's right, I believe it's not a privilege, it's a right, to freely access local amenities such as health services and parking spaces local to their place of residence. Equally, the interest and economic welfare of Inkerman Street traders and small business owners must be given the same consideration. To me, it's inconceivable in the current economic climate that any local council would implement policy or infrastructure projects that increase the economic challenges already being faced by local residents and businesses right across Melbourne. This will certainly happen in Inkerman Street and surrounding side streets if the changes outlined in option A are implemented. I would implore all councillors to make the right decision tonight and to act in the best interests of all community groups concerned, whether they be residents, businesses or cyclists, and vote for option B. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you. Claire Carcassio, are you in the room? I'm sorry if I'm saying the name wrong. She's gone. Okay, all right. Then my next two are Stephen Hedger and Simon Watson. Are you Stephen? Stephen, yes?
Yes.
Oh, great. All right. Name, suburb, in 2 minutes, please.
Stephen Hedger, St Kilda East. I've previously been a bike educator. I've been chair of Road Safe. I've done a lot of road safety stuff. So I'm in favour of B. B has the least impact for everybody in Inkerman Street. It gives everybody what they want. It's fair, it's reasonable. A is not the option to go with. Thank you.
Thank you. And Simon, yes? Simon Watson. Okay, the next person will be Alana Salmon. Oh, good, you're next and ready to go. All right, Simon, you're first. Name, suburb, 2 minutes, please.
Simon Watson from St Kilda. Mayor, councillors, I would respectfully ask that you vote for option B and consider the most vulnerable, the elderly and the people with disabilities who need to access business and services along Inkerman Street. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, short and sweet. All right, Alana, we can move the microphone to you. As long as the red light's on, you'll be good to go. A little stretch in that. Thank you. Name, suburb, 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Alana Soman. I live in St Kilda East. I'm a client of Melbourne Hydrotherapy on Inkerman Street, and I'm here regarding the proposed Inkerman Road changes and the impact on my ability to safely attend my hydrotherapy sessions. To give you some context, I have muscular dystrophy, and in 2022 I broke my leg, which now means I'm in a wheelchair while I am rehabilitating. And while travelling, this now requires me to use a wheelchair in many situations, especially when I have to go further than a kilometre. I cannot walk from sidewalk to road. Unstable surfaces are a problem for me. I'm here to express my support for option B, which proposes improvements to street safety for bicycles and pedestrians without compromising my ability to safely access my hydrotherapy sessions. This option contrasts significantly from option A, which poses severe challenges for me and others with mobility issues due to the physical barriers in the design and the lack of direct access to the sidewalk. Option A would result in a shortage of parking, leading to competition for limited parking among business patrons, visitors, and residents. And as a result, it is unlikely I would be able to find a parking within a manageable distance and would be forced to park on the opposite side of Inkerman Street. My ability to attend my hydrotherapy sessions independently hinges on accessible parking directly next to the business. I cannot safely cross the street or transition from street to sidewalk, as I said, without assistance. Without this, I would have to rely on a taxi service or another form of support, which is both impractical and costly for me. I urge you to consider the significant impact option A would have on individuals with mobility challenges, and to support option B, which addresses improved safety for our bicycle riders without compromising the safety of others. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you, Lana. Thank you for sharing. The next two are...
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. If you can push it in the middle, that'd be good, yeah. Claire Havens, and next after that is Lee Byers.
Sorry, did you say
Oh, are you Claire? Yes, Claire, you're first. And if Lee Byers is around? Hopefully I'm not. Are you Lee? Just knowing? Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, great, Lee, you can sit there. All right, Claire, name, suburb in 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Claire Havens. I live in St. Kilda. I've been here for 9 years. Last week I had my citizenship approved, so I'm a very proud Port Phillip resident and now Australian. Around the room, I see beautiful democracy. I see beautiful diversity. But it's so flawed, pitting community members against each other. The process is really broken. There are only 2 options on the table, and they are both insufferable for different sides of this issue. Frankly, where is option C? Or where is the holistic approach for the whole local government area to improve transportation, equality, climate, affordability outcomes for all of us? We do need a citizens' assembly, as the speaker, Rob, earlier mentioned. We do need a better way to do this, because shouting at each other is not working. However, the recommendation by council staff in support of option B is a failure of imagination. I'm not necessarily for option A, but I can say that option B is not enough. I'm a mother who cycles. My bike is my car. Researchers at Monash University in 2022 surveyed over 4,000 Victorians and found that more than 3/4 are interested in riding a bike, but only in infrastructure that separates people from cars. Option B will not do that. It is useless. Paint is not infrastructure. I will not ride on Inkerman if it is not separated. I ride with my son on the back of my bike. Today, I took him from school to his martial arts lessons. If any of you door me, it will ruin 3 lives.
Thank you for sharing.
Hi, my name is Lee Byers. I'm from St. Kilda East. I'm here tonight to advocate for option A, physically separated bike infrastructure. Professionally, I'm a physiotherapist and an occupational therapist. I'd like to speak to the experience of caring for people who have experienced serious injuries, like those 30 who've been hit on Inkerman Street, and those others that will be without improved infrastructure to protect them. Some are temporary injuries, such as fractured bones or concussions, mild ones. There's others that are serious life-altering events, such as a traumatic brain injury or a spinal cord injury. These injuries change the courses of people's lives. Please reflect for a moment about how it could feel to wake up in a new reality that could look like paralysis of the arms, of the legs and the trunk. Even after extensive rehab over 1 year down the track, It can still look like inability to move from the neck down permanently, the experience of losing control of both bowel and bladder, being dependent on others for all aspects of daily life and personal care, lack of independence to quickly rush out to the grocery store to grab a few things, carefree as we do, and needing family to take care of you or having strangers come into your house all the time taking care of you, being unable to kick a ball with the children, potentially needing to move house to accommodate your new situation, the financial burdens and the pressures on relationships this brings. Physically separating vehicles is a powerful mitigating measure to prevent these injuries and outcomes. Paint cannot protect people in the same way. Modes of transport are changing. Our economy is changing. Multimodal options such as e-scooters are increasingly common. Electric and hybrid cars are getting quieter and harder to hear for everyone. The cost of living means alternative, cost-effective transports need to be supported to avoid marginalising members of our community. It also means that increased multimodal transport is a great thing, but there's more people out there being vulnerable on our roads. We have a chance to build appropriate infrastructure that reflects broader needs.
Thank you, Lee. The next two are Jacob Sasha and Claire Muir. Jacob, yep, great, I see you. And Claire, are you in the room? Maybe she's in the hallway. So Claire Muir is the next one. You've seen it? Okay. All right. Hello, Jacob. Name, suburb, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jacob Sacher. I live in St Kilda East, and I use Inkerman Street every single day. Tonight, we're hearing a debate regarding protecting parking and protecting lives. And I'm tired of pretending that they're in any way equivalent. This is a very strong Jewish area with a strong Jewish community. I'm Jewish, I have Jewish values. There's a Jewish value of pekuach nefesh, which means saving a life. It's a fundamental Jewish value. Now, you know what's not a Jewish value, a fundamental Jewish value? Saving parking. That's not a fundamental value in any religion that I've ever heard of, but saving lives is. Now, here's the thing though, cycling actually is safe. Walking, being a pedestrian, is safe. You know what's not safe? Cars hitting us. Cars. I can't say it any more clearly. You need a protected bike lane to stop cars hitting people riding their bikes. Let's see. Yes, okay. So, if you're cycling and there's a painted line and a car door opens, you have two options. Hit the car door and the person opening the door, or swerving to traffic and hope there's no car coming. Those are your two options. Every cyclist here has talked about almost being doored.
Please don't interrupt.
This is the goal, right? This is the goal, trying to protect myself, my girlfriend, hopefully one day our future family. It's not about protecting parking. Yeah, I think if I have time, I'll just talk about times I've almost been hit by a car door. Okay, so the other day I was riding my bike and the car door opened and I had to swerve out of traffic and I got stuck in a tram lane and fell off my bike. The other day I think that's my time. Thank you.
Speak soon. Thank you very much. All right, Claire, move over to that chair, please. And then Little Weiss, come next. Little. Sorry if I say it wrong. I'm really sorry. All right, Claire, name, suburb in 2 minutes.
Claire Mayer, St Kilda, opposing the Inkerman designated bike lanes. Firstly, I'm not part of the so-called anti-bike mob. I'm two adults, one child, with 5 bikes between us in one household. We also provide bikes to our guests at our short and medium-term accommodation, helmets, information where to ride around the bay and beyond. I commute to the city some days through Albert Park, and if you want to do anything useful with the money, I'd really love some bike cages at the tram stops so I can hybrid my trip on the 96. What I'm opposed to is the eye-watering amount for 1,200 metres of bike lane leading to nowhere. I can't support a proposal that has a detrimental effect on so many residents who have no other option but to park either on Inkerman or the already congested side streets. I was also once a carer, both live in and live out, and it is a tough gig. And until you do it, I think you should try it. In a climate where the state has failed us with the cost of living, housing and now the most expensive state to run a business, you'll only make it worse. I've been lectured endlessly, and here are my favourites. The reason that we need a designated bike lane is I like to ride in excess of 30 kilometres an hour. Too bad. Our kids have the right to ride to school. Well, kids all over St Kilda ride to school, and they do it daily, and if you're allowing them to do it alone, the cars are the last thing I'd be worried about some days. Stop relying on a car and start cycling. I mean, I'll pop my 83-year-old father on the handlebars and mum in a sidecar, shall I? So I can't support anyone who spitefully has deliberately gone out to leave one-star reviews for the Inkerman street traders who have never actually set foot in any of these businesses. Councillors, I urge you to look at this from the lens of who you represent. Those directly affected, community members, local small businesses who cannot rely solely on bug members to hire karaoke equipment, purchase their kosher food and visit the long-standing community favourite, our PCYC, plus many others. Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. Thank you. Thank you, Lidl. And then Justin Halliday, you're next. So go ahead, name suburb, 2 minutes.
My name's Lital. I live in Carnegie and I ride through this area very often to visit people. I support option A, protected bike lanes, and I'd like to reject the framing of this as cyclists versus cars, because improving infrastructure will be better for everyone, and bikes and cars are not in opposition. So somebody earlier mentioned the congestion on Inkerman Street, and other people have mentioned the very solid research that shows that more people would ride bikes if it was safe. And for most people, safety means physical barriers between bike lanes and roads. If more people are going to, switch to cycling, and there is a lot of evidence that people will, that means less cars on the road, which will improve congestion and will reduce the amount of demand for the parking spots. So it's actually a win-win, and it also protects drivers from the real risk that they face of hitting a cyclist and irreparably hurting someone's life, which I assume most drivers would be not wanting to do. Protected bike lanes would benefit everyone. Paint on the road is a waste of money. So I urge Council to please support option A.
Thank you, Lital. All right, Justin, as you take the chair, I'm just making a general announcement. It's nothing to do with anybody we've heard from recently, but it's just a reminder that it's really important to be respectful of staff. As they're working through logistics and it's complicated tonight in general, please show respect. Thank you. Now, Justin, you're next, and then Dennis Moy, you're after that. Name, suburb, 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Councillors, Officers. Justin Halliday, St Kilda East. First, regardless of the outcome of tonight's votes, I think that we can all agree that the consultation process here has been poorly handled and has led to community acrimony and rather than consensus building. We must find a better way to engage with our community on projects where local residents are impacted for widespread community benefits. Second, for over 10 years, my kids and I rode and scooted along Inkerman Street, first to Kimbra Early Learning for kindergarten and then to St Kilda Primary School. And I know the dangers of this road. I would never put my kid on a bike on this road, and I still wouldn't do it riding on Inkerman Street without protected bike lanes. This is a dangerous road. And finally, this project is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for Inkerman Street. Right now, we have traffic worse than it's ever been. We have soaring car ownership costs. We have increasing population pressures with the vehicles that come with those. We have increasing pollution. But also we have a rise in scooters and e-bikes and cargo bikes and other ways of enabling new personal mobility for people. And Inkerman Street is in the midst of urban renewal right now, with site after site undergoing redevelopment. And each of these will have off-street parking that will relieve pressure on on-street parking. There is never going to be a better opportunity to transform Inkerman Street into a safe, livable, walkable, rideable and drivable street than we have right now. Inkerman can be a beautiful street, and with landscaping and tree planting that encourages people to walk and ride to their local shops and cafes instead of jumping in their cars and going and shopping somewhere else. This is a choice we face tonight between an investment that prepares Inkerman Street for a better future or an investment that locks us into the past and prioritises the convenience of a few above the safety and amenity for all.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you very much. I'd like to remind people that even a little word murmur, I can hear it, it's audible, and it's disrespectful and unfair. Please stop that behaviour. Dennis, you're next, and the next one's Pierre and Jean? No? Sorry. Dennis, go ahead.
I'm Dennis Moy and I'm a resident of Middle Park. Inkerman, a safer future for everyone. I stand before you today to advocate for a critical improvement for our neighbourhood, the installation of separated bike lanes on Inkerman Street. Let's be honest, the current situation on Inkerman is not ideal. Cyclists feel unsafe, drivers are frustrated, and pedestrians often have to navigate a chaotic mix of traffic. We have an opportunity to transform Inkerman into a model of safe, accessible, and enjoyable transportation for everyone. The case for separated lanes, safety first. The statistics don't lie. Separated bike lanes drastically reduce accidents involving cyclists. It's a proven way to protect our most vulnerable road users. In fact, cities around the world have seen tremendous success with this approach. Encouraging active transport. Inkerman Street is a key route, but fear often discourages people from cycling. Separated lanes would make cycling more inviting, boosting health and well-being and reducing congestion. The change will allow new and less experienced cyclists to ride this route. Economic benefits. Studies show that businesses thrive when streets are safer and more welcoming for cyclists and pedestrians. Separated lanes can bring more foot traffic to local shops and cafes. And finally, community building. Separated bike lanes contribute a more livable and connected community. They promote active lifestyles, reduce noise pollution, and create spaces for people to interact. Now, I understand that many have concerns about the impact on parking or traffic flow. However, studies in cities around the world have shown that well-designed bike lanes can actually improve traffic flow by reducing
Dennis.
congestion
I'll need to stop you there.
and creating more predictable
All right, Pierre, you can take the seat, please. Thank you. And then Julie Clutterbuck, you're next. Julie, you're next, if you want to come down. Pierre, name, suburb, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Pierre Tiangana, and I'm here today because I am a ratepayer and owner-occupier in the Canal Ward. I am not a driver. I don't own a motor vehicle. I am retired, and I am a cyclist. And I'm here today to talk to you about being a cyclist on Inkerman Street. I frequent that road quite often, nearly pretty much every day of the week. I visit the Sacred Heart Mission op shop on the corner of Hotham and Inkerman Street. I visit the Inkerman Hotel, and I visit the neighbourhood cafe. I then cross over the intersection that goes between Chapel Street and Inkerman Street, and it's a critical point for cyclists as you head across that intersection. The cycle lane doesn't commence until you get past the service station, and it's critical because there are car parks on the left-hand side. You've got cars coming down Inkerman Street, and you're squeezed in between if you don't get to the cycle lane in time. I then stop off at the PCYC because I am an annual member of the PCYC, and I frequent that most days of the week. I then carry on to Aldi, and that's another critical point because there are people shopping at the Aldi store and they don't look when they open their doors. I've been nearly doored there several times, and I've been in St Kilda for nearly 16 years, and I've ridden a bike ever since I've been in this part of the country. And I hope that I get home safe and sound. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. Great. Julie, you're up, and then Rhonda Small, you're the next speaker. Hi, Julie. Name, suburb, in 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. I'm Julie Clutterbuck. I live in Elwood and I shop on Inkerman Street and I use it to commute. I'm here representing the Port Phillip Bicycle Users Group. These are people who are currently at risk on this most dangerous of all council streets for people on bikes. Option A will substantially improve the safety. Option B will not. Paint is not safety infrastructure. We've heard from people who depend on their cars, and I thank them for their attendance tonight. We know that parking and road space is tight. We also know that 70% of people in our area are interested in cycling but are stopped because they don't feel safe on the roads. We know that more than half of trips are very short, less than 5 kilometres. So by getting people who already want to cycle out of cars, we leave space on the roads for those who really need it, the people who can't cycle or prefer just to drive their cars. And so this is part of a network that would provide benefits for everyone. I think option A is a really balanced thing. It'll mean people can drive, people can still park, the capacity is still there, but you'll really improve safety and decrease trips to hospital for people on bikes. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. All right, Rhonda Small, you're next, and then we're going to go to the blue forms. The first one up is Chris Tortina. So, Rhonda, you're next. Name, suburb, 2 minutes, please.
Rhonda Small, St Kilda. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. I live 15 minutes walk from Inkerman Street and I shop at Aldi almost weekly. I never have problems finding a park in the Aldi shopping centre, but I do notice every time I come out of the Aldi car park how many both cyclists and cars, people getting in and out of cars, problems, near misses that happen on that street, in that stretch. I wanted to just note that what we're talking about is the Inkerman Safety Improvement Project. And the officer's report indicates that option A has both better safety outcomes and better alignment with council policy. And that's council policy that was consulted on and agreed to by this council in terms of the integrated transport strategy. The other thing that that option A does, which doesn't happen with option B, is that it allows much more capacity for improving the amenity of the street in relation to greening and to tree canopy cover. And we all know how much East St Kilda needs increased tree canopy cover. I'd also like to remind everybody that the Local Government Act of 2020 includes 2 obligations of council. One, that councils must serve not just current generations but future generations. And secondly, that councils need to take into account the problems with climate change and develop policies that attempt to address climate change. Active transport and possibilities for more walkability, for more amenity, for more tree canopy cover are something this council has had as policy for quite some time. So I would ask, if not now, when? And it's really important that we don't forget that.
Thank you, Rhonda. Are you Chris? Hello, Chris. Go ahead and have a seat. The next person will be Peter Holland after that. All right. Chris, name, suburb, you have 2 minutes.
I'm Chris Tortina. I live in Balaclava, actually right near where the doctor's surgery is and the op shop. A lot of people use the road, use the area. I've also asked through email and questioned at the front desk to actually receive the data that was used to make these decisions, and have heard nothing from the council over months of following up and trying to get response. So I'm not as prepared as I'd like to be because I never got the data I requested. However, I also question whether Alma Road was never questioned as an option, seeing as it's a far more residential area. It doesn't affect the people that need to access the healthcare in the area, people coming and going. Like our friend, the kosher butcher, has a lot of elderly people that also need to access that, and for people with disabilities to be able to access with these options. was there not the idea to consider Alma Road as an option? There's a park there, there's the cemetery, it's parallel to Inkerman Road and to Inkerman Street, and you'd have like almost free run to do option A or option B with probably far less conflict in the community. It's would have a much lesser impact on the local community and businesses, and allow that. Maybe future consideration, as people have said, a more holistic approach. I've been here for 10 years. I'm now an Australian citizen. However, the city I'm from in Vancouver actually designated bike roads where bikes have the right of way on parallel roads to main roads. And I thought is something like that, if it hasn't been looked at, might be better to look at something like that than to make such a drastic change to an area that requires this kind of access.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you. All right, Peter Holland, and then next is Barry Reynolds.
Peter Holland, St Kilda. I support option A, and I just want to briefly touch on three concepts too, which I don't like. The first is NIMBY. I don't like this concept. I think it's quite legitimate for residents to vigorously advocate in their own interests. But the concept does have a kernel of truth, and that is that you decision makers have to take into account the greater good, the greater community, and the specific issue here is the best use of public assets. And what might have been an appropriate use in the past may be quite different today and for the future. The second concept is the silent majority. Again, a term I don't really like because it's associated with Spiro Agnew. But it's, again, one that's got a kernel of truth in it, that council should consider the silent majority, that is the thousands of bike users in Port Phillip who want safe bicycle facilities, and more importantly, the thousands of people who don't ride bikes because there aren't those facilities who would if there's safe and sensible infrastructure. And the third concept is YIMBY, yes in my backyard. As Melbourne grows, it's going to be necessary for us to have new creative infrastructure, and to do that we really need evidence-based decision-making. And there's plenty of evidence from similar projects around the world where the sort of concerns that we've heard tonight have been raised, but when the infrastructure has been actually built, it's been shown that those concerns have been misplaced, and I'm confident that the concerns that we've heard tonight will be largely misplaced if we go along with option A. I urge the councillors to be YIMBYs.
Thank you, Peter. Barry, your turn, and after that will be Betty J. Now, that will be the end of my blue forms that I know of. Do we have any more somewhere? So if you think you've registered to vote, or not vote, registered to speak tonight, or had a form, and I haven't called on you, please come down to the governance team. Oh, sorry, there is one more. Betty, before you actually started to kick you out of that chair, I'm going to go to Jeremy Burns, just because you have multiple ones I've noted. So, Barry, you're up, then Jeremy Burns, and then we'll go to Betty. Hello, Barry.
Hello, my name is Barry Reynolds. I live on Inkerman near Aldi's, and obviously St Kilda. I cross the road there frequently, and those medians are a safety island. Without them, I don't like crossing Inkerman anywhere. Frequently, I'm more often struck by scooters and bicycles than ever car coming near me. I'm against A, obviously, and I don't think B is actually does anything for anybody. So that's my piece.
Thank you, Barry. Are you Jeremy? Yes. Okay. Name, suburb, 2 minutes, please.
Hi, I'm Jeremy from Inkerman Street. We run Jurassic Bark Doggy Daycare. We're a new business that opened up in July last year. Since opening, we've got over 600 registered customers who trust us with their doggos. There's a lot of dog lovers in the area. Unfortunately, they can't ride bikes to come and see us each day. We do have one of their parents that rides a bike along Inkerman Street, and her dog Denley sits on the back, and he's quite happy, and so is she. But yeah, look, we have 50 dogs a day that come in and see us. That's 50 parents. Although we started this business in a residential area, so it was convenient for local residents. Like a lot of them, even though they live around the corner, they still drive to us because they're dropping their dogs as a convenience-based service before they go off to another suburb to work because unfortunately they can't walk there either. So most of the parks around us are already taken every day by residents, pub goers who have left their vehicles perhaps, people going to the physio, other businesses. We just need, sometimes 50 parents might come over the space of 2 hours to drop off their dogs or pick them up, and they're stressed. If they can't just find somewhere to pull over and pop in quickly, they're going to go somewhere else that's not a convenient service. It's just not convenient. Also, we weren't consulted at all throughout this process. We've got a big building there, 450 square metres. No one came and saw us at all. We had to seek out all of this information and seek out a way to speak to council and be heard about these issues. Just kind of disappointing. We love the area. Our business is going great, but if they're going to do roadworks for however long to try and do option A, even option B, it's bad enough getting stuck behind a rubbish truck on Inkerman Street. I can't imagine what it's going to be like with roadworks down there for everyone, residents, bike riders. So for sure this is a turning point for the future, but yeah, anything but option A, please. That's not good.
Thank you, Jimmy. All right, now Betty. Jay, where'd you go? You were here. Betty? Ta-da! Hello. All right, now Betty, I see that you're wanting to speak to 3 things, and I am fine with that because everyone has the right to speak to multiple things if they've registered.
Do you want me to do all 3 at once, or
no,
you
I'm
want
going
to
to
call
do 2
me
minutes
back?
per one, and I'll ask that you go in order. So the first one's Inkerman, and then Domain, then South Melbourne Market, please.
Lucky you, you'll get me for 6 minutes. Inkerman. Betty J from South Melbourne. I object to the bike lane on Inkerman Street as it is. I actually object to A and B. I think there should have been a C. So I absolutely agree with Justin for a change. Thank you, Justin. I have ties to the local Balaclava community, even though I live in South Melbourne. I volunteer with various soup kitchens and organisations, and I do food deliveries along this belt to the needy, which has been more and more and more post-COVID. I strongly object to the division of this community. Literally a physical division. In Kenya, there's a tribal law called Hariba. It states that each individual's contribution is equally important to their community. Each member of this community is important. Their businesses are important because it's their livelihood. Their safety is important because it's their lives. And the way they choose to live their life or lifestyle should be supported by all of us. To be sitting here arguing about who is more important is actually ridiculous. The failure here seems to be the consultation process with not enough win-win options for all involved, not enough understanding of the local landscape and what the community needs. The guys behind me have done a great job with the Save Inkerman Street. They are hard to ignore. I look forward to seeing how all of you vote on this evening. I know that many of you have got very personal passions, which is great. My ask here is that you support the wider community, not just the minority or political ideologies. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfectly timed. All right, let's go on to Domain parking review.
I have a folder today.
Okay, organised.
All right, Domain. This is a good one. My name's Betty J again. I live on Park Street, South Melbourne. I live in the heart of the Domain Precinct. I'm here for a change to support this one. As a member of the G12, I completely support the addition of more car parking and support this motion. I know the teams work really closely with Council and they support this direction. Personally, I also have a group called Parking Rights Port Phillip, which was born from my own personal parking issues. And we campaign for safe and accessible parking throughout the entire of Port Phillip. With the blessing of the G12, I'd further like to suggest that we consider, across for the greater community, implementations of a system similar to that of Stonington, where they issue temporary permits for visitors, tradespeople, and even if you're having parties. It'll make the community happy and provide a positive revenue stream for council rather than focusing on fining people. Just sell them passes. I've had many residents contact me to tell me their mum or dad was fine while visiting from the country, dropping off disabled parents and searching for parks. It's totally unnecessary and a terrible way to treat our disabled and the elderly in our community. The fine print on the parking permit suggests that they can only be used in 100% residential properties, which is why your boys keep booking me. The problem here is council over the years has removed all the parking in front of my residential buildings to make way for the tram stop and the bike lanes. The new developments are all going up with commercial property, which makes it impossible for them to ever be 100% residential. So I completely support changing the rules about parking in front of these buildings. If you're going to keep approving these buildings, you just need to make sure that the residents aren't the ones that are constantly losing out here.
I've
got one more thing to say.
Good.
Thank you. I just want to let Brian know that the G12 was very confused today when I told them that only this week 16 parking spots were... Ryan's not here, is he?
All right, I'm going to have... No, I'm just going to stop you because it's 2 minutes. I've got to be fair. I cut other people off, so I'm going to have to cut you off too. So your last one is 12.2.
Didn't I get some carryover minutes from the previous one?
Oh, you were actually on time on the first... Oh, those two, so... You don't have any extra time, actually. Go ahead. 2 minutes for South Melbourne Market.
This one's a little bit harder. I'm very passionate about this one. Simply put, I object for the permanent closure of the Cecil Street North. The closure is not supported by the wider community. The impact is significant, and there should be an actual full discussion dedicated to this topic specifically, including the whole community. No choice has been given other than, would you like some grass or park benches with your closed thoroughfare? We don't need another Ackland Street in South Melbourne. In an effort to manage the weekend market traffic, an entire department at the council has decided that the best solution would be to shut down Cecil Street. This obviously will push traffic out and around, bottlenecking, jamming and destroying the flow of traffic on Clarendon, Coventry, Bank, Market, York and even Canterbury, with possible backlog all the way to Port Melbourne on a busy weekend. It will create chaos, especially after the construction of the new Coles site on the corner that the developers I heard in this council not long ago say would bring 1,700 people a day to the area. How will closing Cecil Street do anything good here? Your pop-ups, your have your says, attracted 863 respondents, with the majority simply not supporting this. I started a petition due to the lack of option A, B or C, and I started a petition that I ran for a week, and I have 400 signatures that are a strong no for the closure. There is 168 hours a week. The market is open for 38 hours. The wider community is disappointed with this. They're disillusioned, and I'm here to talk for them. I know this because I personally spoke to every single trader on those streets, Clarendon, Cecil, even the market, and possibly 2 out of 300 were even aware of this. Have your say.
Thank you, Betty. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right, well done, everybody. Great so far. Now we're going to move in. That finishes out the community submissions. Sorry, I've got to find my part. But now we have councillor question time. So, councillors, do you have any questions of general nature, nothing to do with anything on the agenda tonight? Councillor Pearl?
Thanks very much. 2 quick questions tonight, if I may. I have noticed recent reports regarding Extinction Rebellion's blockade of the Westgate Bridge, which resulted in significant delays to emergency services and endangering people's lives. It has been indicated that the Eco Centre is being used by the local group PCAN, reportedly as an affiliate of Extinction Rebellion. Could officers please provide details on the actions taken by Port Phillip Council to investigate these activities of these groups and their members? Additionally, what is the current status of these investigations, and when will we expect measures to ensure our facilities are not being misused by activist groups or their affiliates?
Thank you. I'll refer to Brian T.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. We have considered these allegations. We have had a look at the lease that we have with the Eco Centre. We've had a look at the funding agreement. We've contacted the Eco Centre and we have received and reviewed the venue hire policy. I can say at the start, of course, that we will not tolerate any illegal activity and will reserve our rights in relation to any lease where there is any illegality or any breaches of council policies. We have not received any evidence of any of those breaches. Having reviewed the lease and the funding agreements, I can confirm that the permitted use of the facility is in relation to matters like environmental education, volunteering, and practical action projects like vegetation regeneration and so on. The venue hire policy, the Eco Centre venue hire policy, has a number of ineligible uses of their premises. Quoting from the policy, the Eco Centre may not be booked for activities or groups with a purpose that causes harm to the environment or people, and the Eco Centre premises may not be booked for activities not permitted in the City of Port Phillip community facilities. So in essence, there's an alignment between what the Eco Centre facilities can be used for and the groups that can use those facilities and the facilities and council facilities. We've also contacted the Eco Centre in relation to these concerns. They have indicated to us that they have no evidence of any illegal activities or indeed any breaches of their policies, including the venue hire policy, and we will continue to monitor the situation.
Thanks very much. My next question is in relation to the state government's commitment to build the Park Street tram extension by the time Anzac Station opens. Can officers provide a status update on how that project is tracking towards their commitment and what council's position on that is, please?
Brian T.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. My council's understanding through discussions with the department is that the domain station is scheduled to open in mid to late 2025, and there's been no change to that timeline.
All right. Any further questions?
Yes, sorry, the question was in relation to the Park Street tram link, the completion of the Park Street tram link, not the train station. The tram link was meant to be completed at the same time as the train station, was the commitment from the government.
Through you, Mayor, and apologies for the misunderstanding. Yes, we are pursuing and have pursued for some time information from the department in relation to the timelines for the opening of the tram. We are unable to provide any further information, having not been able to receive it, having not received any updates from the department and from the state in relation to that project.
Okay. Any further questions from councillors? Councillor Nyagri.
I was just wondering if officers could actually clarify. I continually hear the story of this tram link, and I know all my colleagues are very excited about it. I've never seen it on any public website. I've never heard of any mention of it when I was working in state government. I know my colleagues are very enamoured by it, but I'd be curious to know where these commitments may have been made and where any public evidence that this project is actually a commitment of the state government rather than just a plan or a thought bubble. Happy to take that on notice.
Brian T.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor. I will take on notice the question in relation to the statements, in terms of what statements have been made or commitments have been made by the state government in relation to that tram link.
All right. No further questions I see. Are you online? No? All right. We'll move through the agenda then. We're on to sealing schedule. Councillors, we have no items for sealing on tonight's agenda. We'll move on to petitions and joint letters. Councillors, we have no petitions or joint letters on tonight's agenda. Now, if you need to go, please, you're welcome to take off. That's fine. We will move next into the presentation of reports. I'm in two minds if I should move it around, but I think the next two items are pretty quick, so I'm just going to keep rolling so you can just experience a little bit more of council. So the first item is 8.1, presentation of CEO report, issue 106, Q3 2024. That was actually called. Yep, great. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers in relation to this report? No? If not, I'm looking for someone to move this. Councillor Clark to move this. And who seconded it? Councillor Crawford. Councillor Clark, would you like to speak to it?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Crawford.
We have a wider audience than we usually do in the chambers tonight. Our CEO report is actually a very good news, a good place to look to see a lot of the really positive stuff that is happening in the municipality. There is so much going on at any one time, and I'd point you particularly to our Port Phillip Zero project, which is an in-name project for people who are sleeping rough and homeless in our community. It's one of the leading ones in Australia, and it has severely reduced the number of people sleeping rough in our community and continues to be held up as an example across the country.
Excellent, thank you. Any other councillors wanting to speak to this? No? All right, let's go to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. All right. 9.1, response to notice of motion. Councillor Baxter, the safe delivery of LGBTIQA+. I think I said that right. Programs, events, and recognition. Okay. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers in relation to the report? Councillor Baxter, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. Sorry I couldn't be there tonight. COVID sucks. With regards to this, thank you very much for doing this report back. My question is that essentially the purpose of the motion was to attempt to avoid a similar sort of situation where phone call threats from some loony up in Queensland could get us to cancel a queer kids event. Can officers explain how these guidelines will avoid that happening in the future?
Who am I referring to?
Danielle's online, I believe.
Danielle Summers, can you hear us?
I can, thank you. Thank you for your question. So through you, Mayor, I guess some of the work that we've been doing to minimise the impact, as you say, Councillor Baxter, is around the strategies that we're putting in place to ensure that the planning and consideration that we're making to ensure safe and inclusive events can continue to be delivered have been really considered. So some of those strategies are detailed in the attachment to this report, and I guess they're strategies that are things like early and detailed planning, thinking about what kind of security or safety considerations need to be considered for the event, planning the events in consideration with other councils or other local community organisations, and I guess thinking around also managing considering our social media protocols as well. So really a lot of the strategies are what you would consider for considered and thoughtful event planning management to ensure that we can continue to plan for and deliver these events safely and inclusively.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Baxter?
Yes. Thank you. And did officers consult with or draw inspiration from other councils that manage to actually deliver these types of events, even in the face of threats from, far-right dangerous people and so on?
Tennille, are you able to answer that?
Thank you. Yes, thank you for your question. Through you, Mayor. So part of our consultation for this process was both around understanding the issues that other local governments and councils community organisations are facing, but also around what are some of the practical strategies that we could employ to ensure that events could safely be delivered. So part of that was talking with other councils who have been able to safely and effectively continue to deliver events. And so in the recommendation or in the council report, you'll see some of the key, peak body and state government and local government organisations that we consulted with to help us deliver and design what our response could be and how we could really improve and consider our planning. But certainly we did work with other local councils who are experiencing facing similar issues and really starting to map out what are the ways in which we can respond to this.
Thank you, Tennille. Are there further questions?
Yeah, I've just got one more.
Okay.
Sorry to pepper you all. But just to clarify, so the report, the guidelines and the checklists and the things that have been detailed in this report that we're talking about with our staff, this has been put together based not just on consultation with those groups that you've talked about, which is important, but also specifically with councils that have been able to successfully deliver these events and not sort of get scared into cancelling them. Is that right? We've been able to look at what they did successfully and put that into here so that we can do that going forward.
Tennille?
But thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mayor, yes, we have indeed, and we've done some of that work at a state level through organisations like the Municipal Association of Victoria, but I can confirm we have done that with an understanding of what are some of the techniques and strategies that have been used by other local councils to successfully continue to deliver diverse and inclusive events.
Thank you. Thank you. If there's no further questions, I'm not seeing other hands. I'm looking for someone to move this or something else. Anybody want to put their hand up? Okay, Councillor Baxter to move this and Councillor Nyagui to second. Councillor Baxter, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, please. Look, I'll be brief because I know there's a big item that people in the gallery probably want to get to, but this one I think is pretty important as well. The main reason we're looking at this is because we had a pretty shameful situation not too long ago where we backed down in the face of far-right terrorism basically and forced a whole bunch of queer kids to essentially attend closeted events because we weren't prepared and we weren't able to keep them safe and help them celebrate their identity. Not just that, they weren't just events for queer kids; they were events celebrating all sorts of different things. And I think that that was a real failure on our part. And it's not about pointing fingers; it's about how we can learn from that failure. And I really hope that this is how we have learned from that, and I hope that we never have to actually cancel an event again because of the intolerance and bigotry of a tiny, tiny minority of completely unhinged people out there.
Thank you. Councillor Nyagui, would you like to speak to it?
I would concur with everything that Councillor Baxter said. I think what happened last year was certainly one of the darkest days of my time on council, and I'm really glad that we found a way to respond to that, and I'm really hopeful that these guidelines and practices can prevent us from getting wrong-footed again, and that we can ensure that we run these kind of events safely and that we don't end up kind of being curtailed by what ultimately was a small group of very ugly people.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to the item? No? All right, then we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried. That's carried. What? I didn't see that. That's carried. Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to do another 5-minute stretch. I think we all need it. Sorry. What? Okay, all right, you right? Okay. All right, I hear you people. We're not doing it. Whew. Simmer down. Okay, all right, we're going to go into the big event. I'm not trying to drag it out. I'm just trying to make it, because I imagine this is going to go on for a bit. So sorry for you who have to go to the toilet, but you can take yourself when you need to. But I obviously can't go, but thank you. All right. The big one, 10.1, Inkerman Safety Improvement Project recommendations. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers in relation to the report? No questions? Okay. We have an officer's recommendation. Would someone like to move this or something else? Councillor Crawford, what would you like to move?
The officer's recommendation.
Okay, Councillor Crawford is moving the officer's recommendation. Is someone seconding this? Councillor Sirikoff. Okay, so Councillor Crawford, would you like to speak to it?
I'm going to reserve my right.
Okay. Councillor Sirikoff, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mayor. Just get myself a little bit better set up here. Oh, well, it's been an amazing night tonight with so many people turning up on both sides, and it's good to hear people from both sides because we want to. Because it's always good to listen because you might learn something from other people, even if you disagree. Council received an amazing 1,742 responses to the community consultation on the Inkerman Street Improvement Project. Of the 1,579 Have Your Say participants, a majority of 1,048 people live on Inkerman Street and nearby streets. Nearly 78% live in East St Kilda, Balaclava and St Kilda. So the majority of responses is from those who are affected. The outcome of the survey is that 1, the majority of residents want either option B or no change at all. And 2, the businesses showed a clear preference also for option B or no change at all. Council also received 2 petitions, one recently in April, not to support option A, and the other one in May to not lose car parking on Inkerman Street. Over the past days, I have, and I'm sure other councillors have, received tens and tens and tens and tens and tens and tens of emails supporting option B. Well, I received at least 70 and only 2 emails for 70 supporting option B and only 2 emails supporting option A. I want to thank all residents and businesses for engaging to provide feedback to Council and impressing upon us what they want, that is, pressing upon us what they know what is best for their community. The overwhelming support for option B has a common message, and that was the adverse impacts to residents and businesses alike in losing any parking bays, while acknowledging that there needs to be safety improvements to the street and the existing bike lanes. They have fallen apart over the years. They're looking pretty shabby, and there's absolute need for those bike lanes to be improved for everybody. Both options A and B deliver 1, resheeting of Inkerman Street between St Kilda Road and Hotham Street, 2, the 3 new mid-block accessible pedestrian priority crossings with flashing lights, 3, the implementation of signalised early start for pedestrians, 4, bike lane markings on approach to and through signalised intersections with green treatments and intersection marking, and plus notably addressing separation of cars and bikes at road intersections where the majority of the reported crashes have occurred over the past 5 years. The differences between the 2 options is 1, option A has a protected bike lane and a huge loss of 114 car bays, while option B has painted raised buffers to separate it from on-road vehicles, but a much reduced loss of 14 car bays in a premium parking area. In this report, council officers, have proposed the investigation of opportunities to adjust the buffers on either side of the bike lane to increase separation from parked vehicles and reduce the risk of car dooring, which was raised a number of times tonight by some of the cyclists. Adjustments would result in a bike lane similar to the Moray Street on-road bike lanes in South Melbourne. But the most important difference is that with option B, it will still offer residents, young and old and the disabled, with parking closer to their homes and not blocks away. And it also reduces issues for emergency vehicles, which was mentioned tonight also, and also waste trucks. And over 50 businesses will continue to operate and serve their customers, whether they be a butcher, GPs, physio services, music teachers, bookbinders, PCY, which serves 500 people, and many more, as was mentioned by another speaker tonight. They knew more about how many businesses there are than I do. One of the pillars of council is that it is a prosperous city that attracts and grows businesses. The report in front of us states that the parking loss and associated impacts, particularly on local businesses, is significant. We can't let happen on Inkerman Street as what has happened with the decline on other high streets such as Fitzroy Street and Ackland Street, with the downturn of their economies, their retail businesses, noticeably due to major road changes that we're all aware of. On the 29th of January this year, 7 councillors met with the residents and business owners on Inkerman Street at the Inkerman Hotel. They presented the adverse impacts of option A due to option A and their community, and also presented the history of Inkerman Street since the late 1800s to this day. They are proud of their community and want it to be a livable and thriving area. I just saw this when we had this consultation with those residences and businesses, that option A literally does not pass the pub test. After all the reasonable feedback we have received from our residents, and knowing that option B can deliver a more satisfactory bike path, I will not vote to support to remove the amenity of our residents. I will not vote to destroy more than 50 businesses who have managed to survive the COVID epidemic. I will not vote to destroy a community which has a long history. I will be supporting option B.
Please let her finish.
I will be supporting option B for a balanced outcome for the whole community, for businesses, for the residents, and for the bike riders.
Thank you, Councillor Sirikoff. Would another councillor like to speak to the item? Councillor Martin.
I'm going to have grave difficulty in supporting option B, and I'll explain why. And firstly, can I just talk about my own personal experiences? Long-time bike rider, as many of you know, and a couple of years ago I got T-boned in Ackland Street by someone who decided not to stop at the Shakespeare Grove intersection. I ended up on the tram lines on my back, not very nice when you're 70. A couple of months ago, heading down Glen Huntly Road near Elstonwick Station, someone decided to door me, and like a fool, I managed to get my front wheel stuck in the tram line, and luckily the truck coming the other way stopped. So cycling's not the safest of places, and the data shows that separated bike lanes are by far the safest place for them. And for those of you who remember the discussion that we had with the integrated transport strategy, I moved successfully an amendment that we included in the integrated transport strategy statements that where practical and where appropriate that we'd follow integrated bike lanes. Not put them everywhere, but where they're appropriate. Let's talk about where they're appropriate. And we've heard people talk about the issues that many people have that perhaps occasionally make it difficult for them to access a standard parking spot, or particularly if there was a separated bike lane there. And in another of my little ventures, I'm told, because I don't remember this, but someone flattened me on the corner of Byron Street and Brighton Road. And when I woke up in ICU 3 weeks later, I had to learn to walk again. So I know what it's like to get around on a walking frame around the city of Port Phillip. Very unpleasant and very awkward to get around. And one of my daughters was born with a disability, and I know what it's like to get around in a pusher with an oxygen cylinder and a mask for a few years. not very nice either. So I fully understand the concerns that people have raised about how we need to make sure that we look after all of our community members, our cyclists, those people with disabilities, those people who've got young children, those people who've got elderly parents. It's not an easy situation. Someone talked earlier about the greater good and what the greater good is, and I've been trying to work out for myself in this situation what the greater good actually is. Now, again, I was delighted a few years ago when the new bike trail under the Sky Rail opened, and I can now pedal my bike from Caulfield to Dandenong, and sometimes I get the train home because I'm old, but it's a fantastic ride, and I'm sure the people of Dandenong were really looking forward to be able to ride their bikes all the way into the city, and the plan was to get off the Sky Rail just near Caulfield, zigzag around into Inkerman Street, down the separated bike lanes all the way down Inkerman Street, into the separated bike lanes in St Kilda Road, and that would have been magnificent. And as I said to one of the residents this morning, if that had been the case, despite all the issues that we've seen with the concerns that many people have raised about decrease of amenity of the integrated bike lanes, separated bike lanes rather, would cause in Inkerman Street, the improvement in amenity to have so many cyclists being able to travel safely all the way from Dandenong to the city and back, I think would have made me... Excuse me?
Please don't interrupt. I'll have to ask you to leave if you can't let us operate council as we need to. Go ahead, Councillor Martin.
Happy to take a question.
No, that's not how we're doing it. If you could continue, please.
So, as I was about to say, that I would have been very, very keen, despite the impact on the residents of Inkerman Street, to go with a strategy that had separated bike lanes all the way from the city to Dandenong. Now, that hasn't happened for a number of reasons. Our government hasn't pushed it, the City of Glenora haven't pushed it, and the number of people travelling up and down Inkerman Street won't be anywhere near as great as would have been the case if we'd had that dedicated bike corridor. So given that we don't have quite as many cyclists travelling up and down Inkerman Street, I'm trying to work out what the greater good is. I've listened to all the speakers tonight. I've read all their emails. I've spoken to a number of people on the phone. I've met people here in person in the town hall. I've tried to do my best to speak to everyone. And as I've mentioned earlier, I've had experiences both as someone with a disability, luckily only temporarily, as a carer, and as a cyclist to give me a pretty broad perspective of the various issues. And I think the greater good is served by allowing the good people who ride their bikes up and down St Kilda Road, when they exit St Kilda Road into Inkerman Street, to remain on the separated bike lanes that will soon be linking St Kilda Road all the way to the city, up as far as Carlisle Street. And then when they get to Chapel Street, perhaps then transition so that we go from, instead of going straight from separated bike lanes flying down the St Kilda Road Hill, I forgot to mention the van that turned in front of me at Argyle Street one day, and I had the choice of going into the gutter or under the van. I chose the gutter. I know people are saying, oh my God, it's true.
Keep going.
A little bit disturbed when people think it's funny that I've had bike accidents, but anyway, not to worry. So my view would be that if people are able to come around the corner or exit Inkerman Street from a separated bike lane so that there's some sort of continuity with St Kilda Road, but then be able to transition into the option B green paint somewhere near Chapel Street, that I think would be an improvement of amenity for cyclists, but also not impact anywhere near as severely on the amenity of the majority of the Inkerman Street residents and businesses. I think it results in a net loss of about 50 car spots rather than 115. It results in a saving of about $1.6 million, which I would hope the city would use to, compared with option A, and I would hope the city would be able to use that to implement separated bike lanes somewhere else in the community with the money that they save by not putting in the separated bike lanes from Chapel Street to Hotham Street. And if option B isn't successful, I'm going to propose an alternate recommendation, which is a hybrid model, which includes separated bike lanes from the western side of the Chapel Street-Inkerman Street intersection, which will then link up eventually with the separated bike lanes in St Kilda Road, but maintaining but using the option B model from Chapel Street through to Hotham Street. One of my councillors kindly advised me that I'd leave the chamber tonight without a friend, and judging by the comments in the gallery, that's probably true. But at least I'm true to myself in telling what I believe based on my personal experiences, and I can go home tonight and say at least I put forward what I believe was a true and reasonable outcome. So if this option doesn't get up, I'm going to propose an alternative option, which would be an option AB hybrid, allowing separated bike lanes for the first 550 metres up Inkerman Street, converting to paint, not as safe, but with the current volumes of cyclists, perhaps not quite as bad as if we'd had all those volumes using the Dandenong through to the city integrated bike pathway that had been proposed that no longer exists. So that's my position on this. And as I say, I'm probably going to walk out of here without a friend, but at least I've done the right thing by myself.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Baxter, did you want to go next?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks to everyone who's participated in the engagement on this and who's turned up to speak. I am really sorry I'm not there tonight. I know some people might think that I'd want to avoid some of the people who have turned up. Far from it. I prefer to come down and talk to people about this sort of stuff. It is an unfortunately very polarised debate that we've ended up with, and I totally agree with those community members. Pardon me. Sorry, still got.
We believe you're sick. Don't worry. No, just kidding. Keep going.
Still working this virus out of the system
when you can.
Okay, I'm back. So I agree with those residents who came and said that the engagement process was insufficient. I really do think it was. I remember I came down and spoke to Anna Lindars at one point, and I remember making this point that by putting out a option A or B, by limiting it to that and only including the community in the conversation at that late stage, we had really done ourselves a disservice, because what it reduced the debate down to was a debate between cyclists get killed or people, retain their part. It was such an oversimplification of what we're actually talking about here. I really feel that a better engagement process would have been one that that actually talked about the problem. There are genuine safety concerns on this street. I don't think anyone's going to argue with that. There are genuine safety concerns for pedestrians, for cyclists, for all road users, even people using cars, right? There's an issue with congestion and contested public space, right? These roads are public space. They don't belong to any business. They don't belong to any resident. Yet, of course, businesses utilise them. They utilise them for their customers and clients. Residents utilise them for their own personal use. But they're not privately owned. They are publicly owned, and there are things that we need to do to properly steward public space. And there will be times when the best use of a public space is not for someone to keep their private vehicle on when they're not using it, right? And there'll be other times when that's fine. I really think we should have taken people on a journey to say, here are these problems, and how do we solve that, and where can we get to from there? One of the other things that I really wanted to put forward is that I would have much preferred that we support option A, and in the very unlikely outcome of this option B motion failing, I'll foreshadow that I'll put forward option A, but I doubt that it'll even come to that. Mostly because I really don't believe that paint is adequate protection for cyclists. It's not, and we've had a lot of people come here and give their honest feedback about their experience as riders, and we know that that's mixed, right? We know that some people feel really, really comfortable riding on a road, weaving in and out of traffic, no problem whatsoever. And there are other people who would love to ride, they never will if that's the way it is. They need that proper protection, or they'll never get on a bike. We need to try and cater to those people who aren't already riding, which is really difficult. I know that Rhonda Small spoke about how we need to make decisions in the interests of people who aren't here yet.
And that's one of those. We need to make decisions for future cyclists, future pedestrians, future car users, and so on. That's what makes some of this stuff most difficult. So I have been, pretty upset, I guess, about the polarised nature of this debate. Because I support separated bike lanes, I've been attacked in many, many personal ways. And look, that happens, elected representative, that happens. I do believe some of the attacks have gotten very personal, and some have even been threats, which I think are completely uncalled for. The sort of black and white and putting people into camps does lead to that. And I do think that we need to think more carefully about how we're going to run these sorts of engagements so that we can avoid that, because we end up in a situation where we will definitely have winners and we will definitely have losers, right? And I actually feel like a better process could have really made that a bit less obvious. But I guess in the end, I think I will support option B because it is a mild improvement in safety, largely for pedestrians when it comes to the crossings and things like that. I don't believe the paint provides much more safety to cyclists, and I do believe that there will continue to be accidents here. And that's not going to change. But hopefully people will see that you can change a road space and try to get better outcomes, and perhaps be a little bit less worried about, changing road space in the future. This project, though, this is one of those roads. It's a very wide road. There's a lot that we can do with it. We don't have many roads like this in the municipality. So what I will say is if we can't put a protected bike lane here, we can't really do it anywhere. And this council's track record this term of approving or delivering bike lanes is abysmal compared to so many other councils out there. We've delivered exactly one off-road bike lane, and we've approved exactly one on-road bike lane in that 4-year period. Something's broken here, and we are not doing the right thing by all of our community by making sure everybody's safe. But in this case, again, I'll reiterate my support for option A. I would have preferred to put that option and let council vote on it before we then moved on to this one. But that's not the order of proceedings here. So in the end, I'll just support this one as marginally better than nothing. But really, I wouldn't call this a victory for anyone, really.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Would another councillor like to speak to the item? I'll go Councillor Nagri, then Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this has been a very frustrating process for me coming onto council. I've certainly been pretty open about my belief that we need to improve cycling infrastructure for many years before I was on council, and obviously have been pretty open about that since being elected. I think there are difficult trade-offs, and I think there are certainly I'm not a supporter of every single project. I don't think we should just pig-headedly push bike lanes through every street around. We have to balance the needs of the whole community, and there are lots of difficult trade-offs that we have to face ourselves. Ultimately, the roadway is only as big as it is. We can't fit every single use on it. And that's the dilemma we find ourselves in across our city now. We are more dense, we have more people living here, and we have to find a way to try to cater for as many people and enable them to move around as safely and easily as possible. And to make sure that we do that not just for the people who are using the road now, but people who are going to use it into the future. I'm personally of the view that option A, in the end, was the best option available. I don't think that it had no downsides. It certainly had a significant parking loss, and I'd say it was probably at the upper end of what I think would be tolerable for a community. I know there's a lot of people who felt it was intolerable, and that's ultimately why we need to hear from our community. We need to have these conversations. I totally agree, I must say, though, with what Councillor Baxter said. I think we could have had this conversation with our community better. And I think we could have had this conversation better as a councillor group too. Option B, not to spoil anything particularly secret, was not the preferred option of 8 of the 9 councillors, I would say. And that was a pretty consistent theme throughout the discussions that we had as a group. And I kind of find it strange that that's the position that we've ultimately landed on tonight. And obviously people are entitled to change their opinions, and obviously the votes tonight will be different to that. But I think ultimately, and it's something that I certainly won't be supporting in the end, I think having an option that is providing further pain on the road is doing a disservice to our cyclists and to everybody else in our community. I think that we need to, if we're serious about finding a way for people to get around on bikes safely in our community, then we need to stop pretending that a painted line is good enough. It just simply is not. But we also need to find a way to have these conversations better as a community and find a way to ensure that when we do install these vital bits of infrastructure, that we don't do it in a way that's going to ultimately unnecessarily negatively impact the rest of our community. I think we've failed to find a way forward this time, and we've failed to find a way forward every single time we've debated these issues as this council. We did so in Park Street, we've done so at Kerford Road. I'm sure the next bike lane project, wherever it might be, will also face the same fate, unless we can find a way to have a better conversation with our community about why we need to do these pieces of infrastructure and find a way to minimise the negative impacts better. I'll be supporting Councillor Baxter's alternative recommendation if option B fails.
Thank you, Councillor Nagri. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been against this proposal since it was very first, when it was introduced. The very idea that council could potentially support ripping out 114 car spaces out of our community is appalling to me, and quite contrary to a municipality that considers itself inclusive. As one speaker said, it's their right and their expectation to be able to park their car as close to the front of their house as possible. It's not something that the community or residents should have to apologise for wanting. If you measured out 114 car spaces, it's a very long distance across that road, and it impacts the amazing community groups that we've heard from tonight. Community groups such as the PCYC, who provide programs and sporting opportunities for the vulnerable, the older people in our community, one of the very few kosher butchers whose customers will have nowhere to park if this proposal of option A was to get up. To the many other businesses who've spoken tonight and over the last few months who support disabled and other vulnerable people in our community, where would they park? To carers who need to bring vulnerable people to the services there. And not least of all, and I was going to say ordinary people, but then after Jazz reminded us how amazing the Inkerman community was, I better not use that word. But the point was to say that just normal families and businesses who want and expect to be able to live in their homes with a normal level of convenience and safety and neighbourhood amenity. That is that you're able to park your car reasonably close to your front door. Not a bike lane for the whole of Melbourne that will hardly be used at the expense of the very community we are all here to represent. Losing 14 car spaces is bad enough as part of option B. It was mentioned that council's track record for bike lanes is dismal, but perhaps that reflects putting the residents first. I'd like to finish by thanking the community for all their hard work, the emotional trauma, the commitment, and particularly Jazz, who has led and coordinated the community's outrage. I urge my fellow councillors to support option B, as you would have to be quite tone deaf from hearing the feedback tonight to support any other option. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Pearl.
Thanks very much. I need to remind councillors we're about to spend $7 million here, and it's not good enough to be lukewarm. I've got two ratepayer councillors that constantly pound us about the fact we need to be prudent with money, and effectively what we're proposing to do here is improve a streetscape and put some paint on the ground. And you're willing to support that to stop a separated bike lane. The separated bike lane died 2 years ago when Glen Iris said we're not doing Caulfield to St Kilda Road. The reality was it was probably never going to happen. So we're spending $7 million out of a fund which the Labor Green councillors should be outraged by, because that fund is for sustainable transport reserves. And we had councillors walk out of this chamber because they weren't happy with the policy designation of how that reserve should be used. And effectively we're using that reserve, $7 million of it, to paint a road and improve streetscape, which they themselves say doesn't improve safety. So I've got ratepayers saying this is good value for money, wrong. And I've got Greens and Labor councillors saying that we're prepared to spend $7 million and we're not going to improve safety. We can't vote for this. $7 million.
Point of order, Mayor.
Don't vote for it.
Point of order. What's the point of order, please?
Sorry. Councillor Pearl has misquoted me as saying that I want to spend this much money and that it won't improve safety. I've already talked about pedestrian safety improvements. I was talking specifically about cyclist safety, and I'd like him to withdraw the comment.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
happy to clarify.
Can I please actually make the ruling? I will ask you to clarify your comment, and if it's not to my satisfaction, I'll ask you to withdraw it.
So happy to clarify exactly what Councillor Baxter said. I was referring to cyclist safety. This doesn't improve cyclist safety. It certainly improves pedestrian safety. Happy to clarify that. Thank you, Councillor Baxter.
Councillor Baxter, I'm just going to say that feel like you represented Rel there. Yeah, sorry. Did you put a thumbs up?
Sorry, you can't see me. Yes, that's fine.
Okay, sorry. All right, keep going then. Councillor Pearl.
I'd already wound up, Madam Mayor.
Pardon?
I'd already wound up.
Oh, sorry. The point I would have jumped in. I'm sorry. Okay. Do you have a question? Clarifying question?
Point of clarification.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the data. I may have the wrong numbers in front of me. The Councillor Crawford's moved option B $4.425 million. But I think Councillor Pearl was saying she wants to spend $7 million. I've suggested that I'd like to move an AB hybrid if the numbers were there, and obviously they're not, but if they were, and that's 5.383. So that's at least two councillors who haven't. So is Councillor Pearl suggesting that Councillor Crawford and I are here saying we wish to spend $7 million on putting paint on roads, or are my numbers inaccurate?
I'm going to just look at the report here, and it has a number of 6,893,000, which is very close to 7 million. I'm not sure. That's for option B. Am I not understanding your question?
Yeah, it's 3.3 in the officer's recommendation, unless we're pointing to an error, is not 7 million, it's 6.8 million, which is the total project cost, including road safety, roads resurfacing as well. Unless the report is incorrect.
CEO?
Through you, Mayor, if I can just help with the clarifications here. The option B in the report comes at a total cost of $6.893 million. That includes around $4.485 million, including 50% contingency for most of the safety-related and amenity-related parts of the project, plus about $2.4 million, including contingency for the road resheeting costs, which will need to be done regardless of this project at some point.
Does that clarify your question? Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Councillor Bond, did you want to speak to it? No. Everyone else over here is speaking to it. You've reserved, so it's me, isn't it? Okay. All right. I've received so many emails and calls and texts on the topic on a full range of views. It's pretty, it's been a big item. And I focus on reading, I'm not responding, so I'm sorry. I hope you don't feel like you've not heard back from us. But thank you for the engagement, including attending tonight. I do particularly, as a chair, appreciate that mostly it's been respectful, so in a respectful interaction. There have been some awful things that have been said along the way, and I've really been disappointed by some of that. There are many emotions driving the engagement, particularly fear. Fear of safety, fear of change, fear of no change, fear of impact to livelihood, fear of impact to lifestyle. I've heard make the right decision, which is different, of course, from who's saying it to me at the time. I know cars break the rules, and I know that cyclists and pedestrians break the rules, and a special mention to e-scooters who break the rules. But in general, I really think that there's the behaviour and the respect on our roads and our paths can be lifted in general. And having heard from both sides tonight, I hope that that's an opportunity to think about maybe when you open the car door, do you do what they call a Dutch reach, where it's the opposite hand, not the hand closest to the door, it's the other hand. So you turn more and look, because we're hearing from the cycling community, dooring kills people, dooring hurts people. So just be really mindful out there on the road. If we all do that, there'll be a safer environment no matter where the lane is. Intersections are a key area of concern. It's good in both options that we're looking to address this. And I note both options have had improvements to the design based on the community feedback. So thank you, you've impacted it in a positive way. But no design is perfect, no process is perfect, and many in this room may have not interacted with council prior to this. I think we've had an opportunity to learn from a lot of this. It's brought the community together in many ways. It's also torn it apart. So this is definitely a big uplift in either one. We're looking at resheeting, looking at opportunities to plant more, looking at pedestrian crossings, and I know there'll be construction no matter what way we go. So I'm very sorry, but I hope once we're done, you can come to think that it was worth it. And I've been impressed by the debate tonight. I know councillors have had strong, different views, a long journey to this, and not just on one street, but in how we approach it across our entire municipality. So thank you. But I don't mean to harp on bad respect, but I really think that that is a key to a lot of this, not just the design we do on the road. Paint to the ground is not infrastructure. I hear the message. I know that is absolutely right. This project in option B, what's been moved tonight, is redistributing some of that road to give the buffers around it. I know that's not what you're wanting, but it's something. And I think across the project there is an uplift to the safety, and that was the goal of this project. So I will be supporting option B tonight. Councillor Crawford, would you like to close?
Yeah, I do, thank you. This decision we're about to make is unlikely to make anyone happy, including councillors. I don't usually defend my colleagues from ratepayers. I don't think they've ever said, though, that Councillor Pearl, that it was good value for money. They were just choosing to vote for other reasons, perhaps not that. And oh boy, don't we wish costs were going down and not the other way, increasing by 20%, which is basically any project we want to do now blows out beyond what we would ever, in my 8 years on council, would have expected. So putting that to the side. And I want to apologise to other councillors for gazumping them in moving the motion. There was a gap and I filled it. Anyway, we have this bigger challenge, that this is a conversation, yes, about Inkerman Street, but the much bigger challenge which many of the councillors have mentioned. We are a growing city, and the reality is that we need to shift how we move around this city in some ways, because we are all part of the problem, we are all part of the densification, we are all part of the traffic, we are all part of that community. And as councillors, we actually are tasked with the bigger picture, looking at how do we provide infrastructure that provides good alternatives for people, safe alternatives, amenable alternatives than getting in a car. And that might mean separated bike paths, footpaths, canopy, tree canopy for shade, all of those things. But retrofitting that kind of infrastructure to give people alternatives in a built-up area is really hard, as you have experienced over the last 6 months when we have raised this project as a possibility. Everybody wants amenity and everyone wants access, and change is not easy and it's not without impact. And look, I'm disappointed where we've got to tonight, but as I said, no one's going to be happy with this one. However, I do also know that Inkerman Street needs uplift, it needs resheeting, it needs improvement, it needs better safety measures, especially for some of the older residents that we have and vulnerable residents living on that street, like pedestrian crossings. We currently have none of them, and I know people stand in the middle of the road, but this is actually a better, safer option that hopefully will guide traffic and get them to take more care. So, yes, cyclists, we are not catering to the degree that you want, but there is a buffer zone and paint's not ideal. No one's saying it is. But it is going to give you more room. I think the thing that I want to get back to is that the reality is, as the city grows, this is not going to be a problem that goes away. And I think we have to keep having, or have, maybe we haven't got there yet, a more sophisticated conversation about how we manage these complex, wicked problems, around how we push boundaries, about the ideas of how we move around this city. And that requires all of us to change our behaviour slightly, a lot, our thinking, our expectations, and that may be that we can't have more than one car if you live in a city, that you might need to use a share car every so often, that you might not drive every day of the week, that there might be one trip that you can walk that day of the week, so that people who do need to use the cars all the time can get access and can get parking. But it also means that we actually have to take responsibility for the safety of others in our community, the people who walk and the people who cycle. So like the Mayor said, you need to make sure you check that there's no cyclists before you open the door of your car. That means that you need to really check your blind spots before you turn left, because there might be a cyclist or pedestrian. This is on us, for all of us to drive that little bit safer on the road. Don't get distracted, don't touch our phones, all of that. This is a community responsibility to keep each other safe. And if we want the amenity of being able to, park near our places, it's also on us to take care of each other, all of the different people that we've mentioned here tonight. I think that is where I'd ask you to take away from this is, what is your role? You have built this community through a really difficult experience, and I often see that happen. People coalesce around a problem, and maybe it doesn't feel like it, and I apologise for the stress, but you will know your neighbours more than you ever did before, and that's a really good thing. But it's on all of us to keep the cyclists, to keep the pedestrians, to keep our vulnerable, to keep the people with disabilities, to keep the drivers safe. And that's on us to take more care on every street in the municipality, not just Inkerman. So I am going to vote for option B, but I'm also going to ask you to really don't walk away from here and think, oh, it's done. Actually, it's not. We're going to put these things, we're going to improve the street, but we all have to keep participating in this sophisticated conversation on how do we deal with these wicked problems. And it's not just this one, but it's also about how do we keep contributing to community so we feel part of a community. We can have conversations about difficult subjects, even if we don't agree, and how do we keep each other safe?
Well done. We are done with the debate. Let's go to the vote. All those in favour of the officer's recommendation, option B, hands up. 5, all right, 6. All those against? All right, anybody abstaining? Okay. All right, that's carried.
We do that. Division, please, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, there's just one more thing. It did get carried, but when someone calls division, you get to learn a lot tonight, we go through the vote again and I write down who did what, so it's recorded. And people can change their votes, so hold up. All right, all those in favour? That's Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Cunsolo, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Clark, Councillor Bond, and Councillor Baxter. All those against, Councillor Pearl and Councillor Nyagri, and abstaining, Councillor Martin. All right, it is carried. So. Thank you for coming. It's 10 o'clock. I'm sure you want to go home. You're welcome to go, you're welcome to stay. But we are going to take a 5-minute break for those who need to use the toilet. All right, we're going to get started again. We're on to 10.2. If you can please take your seats. Ugh. Okay, well, on to 10.2, Domain Precinct Parking Review. I have a question of officers. So we recently were on Albert Road for the community engagement, and I noticed that there's a big taxi zone across the way, not on the shopping part, but on the island of the new park. So who's allowed to legally park in taxi zones? And given that the taxi industry has significantly changed by rideshare industry, can ride shares pull up there and utilize that too? And last question would be, if we wanted to see a change, when would be the appropriate time to see a change to this makeup of the breakdown of the parking type? Is David Becknish maybe online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. Legally, taxis can only use taxi ranks. Rideshare vehicles are not permitted. The taxi bays on Albert Road are part of the Anzac Station project. The project had a requirement for the bays to be delivered and they need to be in situ when the station opens. At this stage, because the station isn't open, we don't have the authority to amend any of these restrictions. Once the station has been open, then we can sort of monitor the bays and if changes are required, we can look at that.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions of the officers in relation to the report? No, otherwise I'll go ahead and move this one. Who would like to second it? Councillor Pearl, second it. All right, we have heard from a lot of people in this G12 area and domain area that they have had multiple times parking significantly removed, the biggest being for this new Anzac Station project. And I can see, having tried to visit the area, that it is very challenging to park around there. So while it's been many years since we first asked for this to come about, it's great to have some recommendations. And I know that people will want more, and the process even going forward is to, through budget processes, et cetera, to deliver it. It's a really good start, and I'm pleased to see that we've made some action in this to do the review. Councillor Pearl, would you like to speak to it? Okay, anybody else speaking to it? No. Councillor Crawford?
Look, I know it's not easy in a lot of these older buildings, but I do think that this is where buildings have to think differently around like apps and access and how you utilise the car spaces that actually exist in the building, because they definitely do. They are spare car spaces, so that's about body corporates getting together, whatever it is, and looking forward to looking to different ways of utilising their car spaces for visitors and tradies and all of those things, because they do exist. Because the reality is this area has changed radically. And although we can do a small amount here, it is very limited that what we can do. So it's about everybody thinking about out of the box.
Good point. Would anyone else like to speak to the item? Councillor Sierrakoff?
Yeah, I think Councillor Crawford makes really good points about parking, and I think that it also boils down to in the future that we're going to see a lot more buildings across the city of Port Phillip. They're going to be multi-storey buildings. And we should be considering any developers that they do provide ample parking off-street for their residents, so that they can have family and friends around. They could be coming from interstate, and it's not really suitable or practical for them to be travelling by train or public transport, because they might need that private vehicles or public transport to private transport to getting around to other locations. So I think it's best that also for when they want tradies and other types of services for carers, ambulance or whatever, that they have ample parking off-street in their buildings for the best outcome for in the long term.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to the item? No, let's go to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. Okay. Pardon? No, I didn't see a hand somewhere. Okay, so on to Business Parklet Guidelines 2020. This is 12.1. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers in relation to the report? Councillor Nagby?
Just wondering if I get an update from officers on the progress made on the notice of motion I moved last year in relation to parklets.
Through you, Mayor, since that notice of motion, those businesses with over 4 parking bays have been required to provide monthly data on the occupation of their parklets based on a mix of days and evenings, and this is going to continue to the end of June. We'll provide this data to councillors in early July, which will allow time to make further changes to the guidelines if required before the renewal of parklet permits in September.
Thank you. Any other questions? I might clarify from a question a community member asked tonight. We have the parklet policy and business parklet, and we have footpath trading. Where are we at in the music on both, please?
Through you, Mayor. So outdoor speakers, which I think is what you're referring to, is being considered as part of the footpath trading guidelines, which have just finished consultation and which are going to be presented to Council on August 21. So nothing in the amended guidelines for parklets tonight has any impact on outdoor speakers at venues.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions on this one? Otherwise, I believe Andrew wants to move this. Councillor Bond. Who would like to second it? Councillor Martin, thank you. Councillor Bond, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, this is a continuation of the great thing to come out of COVID in our city, which is these outdoor dining areas. We heard from our traders tonight that our traders absolutely love them all over our city. People have changed the way they go out these days. They now prefer to sit outside, and we see that with, you go take Abbey Road as an example, where I go every morning. The outside area fills out before anyone goes inside. So people want to sit outside. They want to enjoy the outdoor experience, which is why these parklets have been so successful and will continue to be so successful. And I look forward to many more businesses taking advantage of this in our city.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Just like to thank officers for preparing such easy-to-follow guidelines. It'll be very, very clear to everyone. Easy to follow, easy to enforce. Thank you.
Councillor Baxter, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Mayor. Yep, just want to endorse these. As Councillor Bond said, this has been a big success and really a fantastic example of us reutilising public space that had previously been car spaces for a higher and better use that the community gets much better use out of. So it really can be done, and it is part of our role as council to make sure that we are utilising all of our public space in the best ways possible, and this is a really, really good example of that.
Thank you. Any other councillors speaking to the item? No, let's go to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. All right, under 12.2, this is South Melbourne Market Project Connect Scope Endorsement. Do councillors have a question of the officers in relation? Do councillors have questions for the officer in relation to the report? Would someone like to move the officer's recommendation or something else? Councillor Clark?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment.
Okay,
please.
What's the amendment?
Point of order?
Yes, what's the point of order?
Can I just clarify if this is an amendment or an alternative motion, because there's no motion that's been moved to amend.
Let me ask for governance to weigh in.
Through you, Mayor, it is essentially, Councillor Baxter is correct, it's at this point an alternative recommendation. Councillor Clark is moving the officer's recommendation with an amendment, though.
So on the point of order, I think the wording was made wrong. You're moving an alt motion, essentially.
That's perfect. Xavier, thank you.
Through you, Mayor, purely because it was moved without the officer's recommendation being moved first.
Okay, thank you. Makes sense. Thank you for picking it up, Councillor Baxter.
Can I ask a clarifying question as well?
Yes.
Because it is an old motion, does that mean that a councillor would have to foreshadow the officer's recommendation if this were to fail?
Through you, Mayor, no. In the event that this one fails, we automatically revert back to the officer's recommendation.
Good. Okay. So we have this move. Would someone like to second it? Councillor Sirikoff, just second. All right, Councillor Clark, would you like to speak to it?
Do you need me to read it out, or?
Oh, sorry. Yep. Got distracted. It's best practice to read it out in case people are not looking at the screen. Go ahead.
3.1 endorses the scope of the South Melbourne Market's overarching program of capital works, Project Connect, excluding line 1 of Part 6B of the scope being the closure of Cecil Street northbound to traffic, extend public and tenanted outdoor space only. And 3.2 requests officers to bring a report back to Council to consider the possible closure of Cecil Street to allow for a separate consideration of this matter. I don't think...
No, you're good. That's all the part you have to read. Thank you. All right, so that's what you're seconding. Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Clark, go ahead. And
Can I just ask a question of officers first?
Sure. Okay, clarifying question.
I just wanted to clarify from officers, noting the wording of 3.2, my understanding was that what we were approving tonight was to go do further planning on Cecil Street. So I'm a bit confused as to how the wording of this alternate recommendation will be different beyond just removing it from the Project Connect and creating like a separate stream for just this particular piece.
Claire?
Through you, Mayor, that's correct, but I suppose to reword that slightly, what you're approving is the scope of the project with various elements outlined, and approving to progress to resource the project and go to detailed design.
So through you, Mayor, just to clarify, this would take that out of the scope of that work. So at the moment, what you'd be endorsing from the officer's recommendation, which has been talked to tonight from the South Melbourne Market Chair, would be to include that in the scope. Therefore, we'd be resourcing and we'd be seeking detailed design, including that scope. If the motion that's been put now, then we would take that out, even though that was planned to be staged at a later date in terms of implementation. We would take that out of scope for the works that we'll be doing detailed design and procurement on at the moment, and come back to Council to have a separate decision on that.
Just to clarify, though, what would be in this report? So this report wouldn't be detailed design. What would this report actually be on?
So my understanding through you, Mayor, what's being sought here is to have a more detailed, separate discussion on the merits of Cecil Street being included in the scope of any future work around the South Melbourne Market, and to consider that from a broader perspective, not just from the market's perspective. That's my understanding, the intent of this alternative motion tonight.
My last question was just in terms of timeframes as to when this report might come back, and with the adoption of a new council plan and the election of a new council impacted, or is it just kind of at any point in the future council officers could choose to bring a report back?
CEO or Claire?
That's Claire? Through you, Mayor, officers would need to undertake further internal consultation across the organisation to further discuss with relevant teams, including further discussions with urban planning people, various members of the traffic team, etc., and other stakeholders internally, to develop a report that considers other elements. Having said that, the plan in itself has already done that to some extent, so we have feedback from a range of stakeholders in relation to the closure of Cecil Street already, but we would talk further to bring back a separate report and to consider if there's anything else that we may need to consider of that we haven't considered to date. So we would talk further, have further internal discussions, but we would aim to bring that report back as swiftly as possible. I imagine it might take a couple of months at a minimum, but we would aim to bring that back before the caretaker period, if at all possible.
Thank you. Councillor Martin has a question.
And following up from that, what would be the cost implications on the project of delaying this particular section until we sorted out Cecil Street in 2 months' time? What are the likely cost implications of this?
Claire.
Through you, Mayor, I'll start that response, but I'm happy to throw to either Chris or to Sophie, who can further expand. But the main cost at this point would be around delay to expenditure for next year, and pushing out further, delaying the work, and therefore pushing out some of the costs into future years. I suppose that's the main cost initially. But Chris might want to add further.
At this stage, my understanding is in the South Melbourne Market Connect project, Cecil Street was a later stage in the project for implementation anyway. So I don't think there would be material impacts on the costs of delaying the decision for a short period of time, and we could always go out with our the way that we procure to enable it to be added later in terms of the resources that we're going to have in play to manage the next phase of the project and do the detailed design. So there's ways that we can mitigate some of that through the procurement of the next phase.
Through you, can I just clarify as well, through you, Mayor, I've said detailed design. What we're really talking about is concept design is the next phase, the next stage. So, I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Can I also confirm there's no money in the budget in the next 4 years for this specific project? Is that correct? For design, implementation, or anything to do with this specific project, being the closure of Cecil Street?
CEO, where's the main line?
If Sophie's there, through you, Mayor, she may want to add to that, but I'd say at this stage what there would be envisaged would be, in terms of the overall program management, moving to the next phase, which includes management of the concept planning around this, that would be included in the next couple of years, but implementation, no. But I'll get Sophie to confirm.
Sophie, are you there? Sophie, can you hear us? Can you see if she's there? You're in the meeting, so we can't hear you yet if you're talking. You might be muted.
I'm satisfied with that answer.
Can I, through you, Mayor, can I just add in Soph's absence, I understand that the closure of Cecil Street was included in the
I'm here.
In the initial next project, which was supported in the 10-year budget, but I think you said, but it's not necessarily detailed in the council plan. Was that your question?
Sophie, did you hear the question, or do you need?
Yeah, I did. Thank you. And through you, Mayor, the 3 public realms that we're recommending over a significant period of time, about 8 to 9 years, are all in provisionally through the current 10-year council plan. So there is budget allocated to the public realm works, as well as some back-of-house improvements as part of what was originally the next project. So what we are not sure of, though, is the actual individual funding of each element of those.
Just to clarify, my question was any budget in the next 4 years, which is what we spend most of our time on. So just to confirm, there's no money in the budget for the next 4 years for this project. Is that correct?
I would assume that when the staging and sequencing of work is done, it would be beyond 4 years that Cecil Street would be in.
Great,
yes,
thank you.
Correct.
Thanks very much.
CEO.
Through you, Mayor, just to be really clear though, at the moment, some of the design work, the concept design work, would probably be in the first 4 years, but the implementation beyond that, no.
Great, thank you. Councillor Martin has a question.
And would it assist officers if 3.2 included a time frame as to when the report, so rather than just a report back to council, there was a time frame, for example, within 2 months or something like that? Would that be of assistance to officers?
Through you, Mayor, yes, it would. It would be of assistance to officers to know when council would like to have that back.
Through you, Mayor, I think the key thing would be does this council want to make that decision, or do you want to defer it to another council?
Well, we haven't talked about this. What process do you want to take on here? Yeah, so the person who's moved the motion, would you like to amend it before we discuss it?
I'm happy with the motion as it stands. Unless someone else wants to put a time frame in it, then they can speak up, but otherwise the motion as it is stands.
All right, let's keep going then. Any more questions? Otherwise, let's get into the debate. All right, Councillor Clark, you can start us off.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for all the questions. I think the South Melbourne Next program has many good initiatives to upgrade the market, as we've all talked about, and continue to grow and develop the market for future. However, the proposal to permanently, partially close a significant road in the South Melbourne precinct has broader consequences for the traders and residents, and we need to consider those impacts beyond the somewhat smaller footprint of the South Melbourne market, even though the market is obviously a very significant asset in South Melbourne. I brought the motion because I think a proposal of such significance should be considered separately from what is essentially a capital works development proposal and program for the council asset like the South Melbourne market. So the motion to remove the partial closure from the program is so we can consider this as an individual item at a later date, subject to the council officers, and with the full focus, I guess, that such a decision entails, because at the moment, and what we are voting on here is the permanent partial closure of Cecil Street. That's what this is we're voting on, and the next phases of this are the South Melbourne market. I've lost my word there. The South Melbourne Market Committee, would then just be moving to what designs they want in terms of that closure. So it is a decision here tonight to support the permanent partial closure. It's not about coming back with different designs and whether we close it or not. That's the vote for tonight. So it's that sort of significance is why I think it should be separately discussed. Though it's not an insignificant road. There's impacts to the broader South Melbourne precinct, as I said, and I think it's not to not have the discussion, but it's to have that discussion on its own rather than being part of a broader or part of a South Melbourne Markets Capital Works upgrade. The community feedback on the proposed partial closure was mixed. That's not to say, that's not the be-all and end-all, but 40% provided negative feedback, some of them expressing that a closure would increase congestion. So it is a bit of a vexed issue within our community. I think, as I said, when a decision of this significance is considered, I just think it would be prudent to delay that decision so we can have a full debate about that specific impact, but at the same time not holding up the broader capital works program of the market, which outlines some great initiatives and would allow it to continue it's the fantastic growth and development that it's experienced.
Thank you. Councillor Sirikoff, do you want to add to that?
Just a little, I think Councillor Clark has covered all the points. I'm really supportive of what's been proposed in this motion for the what's going to be happening to the construction and compliance requirements of the market, varying from the excess stairs and water study and electrical structural and internal staircase audits and underground service mappings, along with more bathrooms and amenities of that sort. So I think this is a really good thing, but I would like to separate out the Cecil Street proposal of a northbound lane. Whether it's going to be permanent or not, because that's a whole new issue which really affects the rest of the surrounding of South Melbourne businesses and whether retail or hospitality. And we should have further consideration. And also just to emphasise the fact that the feedback from the neighbourhood engagement session was that there was a negative, basically a negative response of 40%, 31% positive, and a neutral of 30%. So it's kind of a little bit wavering there, along with the fact that South Melbourne market and local traders alike had a 41% expected negative impacts, while others only anticipated a 25% positive impact. So it's not really steering in the right direction if we're going to be making permanent changes. So I think it'd be great to consider it as a separate item to see which direction we really know to go with for businesses and people who use this road a lot.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to it? Councillor Niagri?
I'd like to keep it inside the scope of works. I think it's funny that those who are very concerned about council being efficient are often the ones who love to add extra hurdles. And I think this is just an extra hurdle. It's another report. I feel like we constantly, every meeting, we decide to ask office for another report on something new. I'm very happy to keep this included in scope. I think it's just more efficient. I'm keen to see more on the detailed design. If that's going to be kind of the be-all and end-all in terms of whether we want to proceed with this in the end or not. We've heard some community feedback on it. We need to get some more details. I don't know what I'm going to get out of this report. Those that don't want road closures are going to continue to not want road closures. But I think for those who are probably a bit more open-minded about this proposal and would eager to see a way for it to move forward, we really do need that detailed design. So I don't know what we're going to achieve from an extra report and more officer time on report writing, which apparently we all hate, until we all come to a council chamber and decide to do more reports.
Thank you. Councillor Pearl?
Thanks very much, and thanks for the motion and the amendment. The reason this is a good idea and it needs to come back to council is pretty clear to me. The market committee and the market management manage the footprint of the market, right? So they manage up to the border, which is the footpath. Anything outside that realm is our responsibility. It's council's responsibility. So, albeit they're a subordinate authority, by us endorsing this report and this concept, we're effectively giving them the ability to endorse something outside their remit. That road is not in their remit. The surrounding area, the tram stop, etc., is not in their remit. It's in our remit. It's in our control. It's good governance, not necessarily an extra hurdle. It's good project management, and given the volume of projects we have going through our pipeline at the moment and our track record with them, we need to pay very close attention to any form of creep outside of people's remits. Detailed design won't happen for this project for at least 4 years, so we're not going to see that for some time. But what we do need to do is make sure that the market is focused on the extensive amount of works that they already have in place and that they get those completed without any distractions and any increase in complexity and any unsatisfactory increase in risk, and that's our job. By including this, by effectively endorsing that, we are potentially putting other projects in the market at risk, and we're not doing our job in making sure we balance the opportunity cost. So if we allow them to endorse this project, why are we not balancing that as a committee out or a council out against York Street improvements or Coventry Street improvements? This will allow us to do that properly and make sure that governance is handled by the people that are the authority for that road, which is us. There's divided views on the South Melbourne Market Committee about this as well, which wasn't detailed. So by ensuring that council has a clear direction on this, it provides the project with a endorsement or otherwise, so it can move forward with confidence and clarity and the appropriate risk protocol in place. Cecil Street is probably the most expensive street in the city of Port Phillip. The flower pots cost $35,000. The separated bike lane cost $275,000. The flashing street signs that we put in for 3 months and then removed cost $75,000. The 2 traffic surveys cost more than $250,000. The non-event closure of the street that we took place On one time cost 80 grand, and I can't remember what the second time cost. And the lifting of the roundabout some time ago cost about $250,000 on a small piece of road. And we've put a lot of investment into it, which is a good thing, but there's huge complexities with this in terms of it's not just closing a road, it's moving uncompliant gas pipes, water pipes, and water flushing from the footpath currently into that area to increase seating. If we increase seating there, are we benefiting the whole market or in benefiting 10 traders that sit already on Cecil Street? These are all things that should be considered before we provide an endorsement to the project. So from a risk point of view, it's a good idea. From ensuring we're doing our responsibility as a council, it's a very, very good idea. And to make sure we get the best result for everybody with good consultation and we provide clear direction to officers, this motion's a good idea, and I wholeheartedly support it.
Thank you. Was that a hand, Councillor Martin? Sorry, Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Can I talk about the Project Connect report in general? Thank you to the officers for preparing the report, and thank you for the briefing that we had on it. Very, very, not a full detailed document, but some excellent ideas that are going to be explored further down the track. Fully support all of the ideas there. And had Councillor Clark not proposed this alt-rec, I probably would have been happy to put my hand up and put the whole thing through. However, listening to the arguments, I probably think there probably is a case. This is a particularly special part of the project. There probably is a case to do a little bit further work on it. I'm just concerned as to when that report might bounce back if it turns up, you know, in late September or something like that, and we're in a caretaker mode. The whole thing could be put on the back burner for some stage. So it probably either needs to come back very soon or in November or later, because if it turns up sometime in September, it may not get full consideration. But look, probably for full transparency and making sure we get it right, the extra 4 lines are the right way to go. We just need to make sure that it's timed in such a way that it doesn't get mixed up with all the other things that go along on council in an election year.
He might have dropped out. Councillor Bond might have logged off. And fair, he's unwell, so that's fine. I'm going to talk next. I think it's a good idea also to separate this out, because I think since it's so many years down the road that this may possibly happen, when people go, when was that decided? It'd be much more clear if it's a standalone document that you can search and all the things. Just even a Google search, when you can pull these things up, it'd be more transparent and easier for our community to reference. The second one is concept design is really, really basic, big ideas. It's not detailed design, and that's what we've been clarified that the next phase is. So to do a concept design with it closed, with it not closed, isn't too much different. I think that there's ability to keep going on projects and thinking through it without a decision at this point. I actually personally don't care if I'm part of the decision making at this point, as in this term of council. I think that in time, it's probably more about the process than about us as a council making the decision. All right. Anybody else need to speak? Otherwise, Councillor Clark, you're welcome to close.
No, I would just endorse Councillor Pearl's comments, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? That's carried. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to stay, welcome to go. On to 13.1, financial update for 2023-24 third quarter. I have an officer's correction at 3.4.1. Who would like to, is it up there yet? No. That's all right. That's all right. That's fine. Councillor Baxter, I see that you're also unwell and need to go. That's fine. We'll see you soon. Good luck. Or get well. All right. Let's start with any clarifying questions before that comes up. Anybody have any clarifying questions on this report? Anybody have any good jokes? All right. All right, it's on the screen now. Sorry, I can't tell the change. Is there a red version?
Through you, Mayor, it's Lachlan can speak to that one.
Oh, sorry, Lachlan, you can speak to it.
Through you, Mayor, in the report that was published, it had at 3.4.1 a figure of $540,000 for St Vincent's Garden playground upgrade, but it's actually $504,000.
Ah,
so that's just been updated.
There's a zero in there. Yep, got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you have a clarifying question or question? Not yet? Okay. Sorry, just going to catch up. All right, councillors, if there's any questions, no questions, we have an officer's recommendation. Would someone like to move this or something else? Councillor Nyagwi?
I want to move an alternate recommendation.
Great. Can we get it up on the screen, please? All right, when you're ready, you can read it out.
3.4.1, $620,000 for St Vincent's Garden playground upgrade to proceed with cost escalations associated with the original project scope, noting the inclusion of the shelter and junior timber structure as detailed in the concept design. The funding of this requires reprioritisation of the project budgets, including Sol Green Reserve upgrade. I think that's the only change.
Clarifying question? Yes?
Can we do it separately so that we can vote one up and one down? Because the problem with doing it that way, I have to vote against it completely. I guess it's a governance question. I guess I can bring another amendment back if it just for the one, if it fails. Is that what I do?
That may be one way you do it. If it fails, you can look to foreshadow to amend it.
Okay.
We just have a mover so far. I'll second it. Okay.
This is moving essentially an alt rec.
Yes, is an alt rec or alt motion? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Councillor Nyagri, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, thank you. So we've had some conversations today. Obviously, the overall report is really good, and I want to thank officers for putting it together. Obviously, with that issue in front of us that we're all kind of mostly discussing is the gardens. Although I'm really keen for us to look at ways to de-scope the project, and I think we've done that by removing a number of elements. I think in discussions with colleagues and getting some further advice from officers, I think it would be an inadequate outcome in the end if we were not to include the shelter and also the junior timber structure. I've had a conversation with most of my colleagues about the shelter, so I won't go into detail again about that. But in terms of the junior timber structure, further advice from officers recommended this structure actually is of high value for the project and would enable us to cater for a broader range of ages. And so I think on balance, when you look at the overarching project, I think it's important to keep this included. I know we are also really keen to de-scope, and I would note that we're putting back in about 100,000 and we've taken out over 100,000. So we are still removing a significant number of elements and simplifying the design. I'd also note that some of the officer advice, I think it's probably important to note, we'll go out to tender. This is a concept design. There's likely things that will change. But I think what this does by including it is makes it clear that we want a design that's going to cater for the broadest range of age groups and also is going to include a shelter, which we think is important. The exact final design of how that all works might change slightly, but I think it's important that we keep that in scope and we find a way to deliver this project, which is really important, with those elements included.
Thank you. I'll add, many people know I have 3 children and I spend a lot of time at playgrounds. And I kind of laugh at my old self when I had really young children saying, I was really disappointed with the council, being like, can't you get it right? Like, my 18-month-old can't climb up on that. That's ridiculous. Can't you think about this? Now I'm on the other side of it and I'm going, oh my gosh, my, 8, 9, 10-year-old are pretty bored at this park. Why didn't council think about the full range of people playing? So when I look at this plan and see what's on offer here, and it's a really important park. It's well located for many people in our like Park Towers, not far from here. This is a really important park for us. So you go, all right, let's look at who are those young ones? Who are our little toddlers' first experience on a slide? Do you know what I saw? that junior timber structure. That's their first experience in the slide. This is really important for that age group. Then in this, there is a one for probably middle years, like you're going to prep and couple grade 1, grade 2. And then it's great to see, even though we've replaced one for another, that we're also offering for those older kids. That helps families. It gets them out of their house. It makes families operate better because they have a place to break out in their small houses that we live in inner city. Playgrounds matter a lot for domestic violence, and all that can be offered. Sometimes shelter, it might be a rainy day, or maybe just that little bit sprinkling day, that they can still feel like they can go to the park because we're offering that amenity. Although it's more cost, I get it. Everything's getting really expensive. This is so important for our families. And it's not just that we say, oh, everybody in that area has really expensive houses. They probably have great things in their own properties. It's not. It's a wide range, and people choose this area because they also like our open space. And this is an opportunity to deliver a good park. There are some extras, though. Probably the trampoline and ground, the hammock, probably not necessary. They're just a little bit bonuses, and I'm happy to look at saving costs on those because we're ticking the boxes of representing our community from all the other age groups, which I think is more important at this point. So I'm hoping that what I've said has swayed some people who are against it, that may be more willing now to support what's up in front of you. Councillor Martin, speak next.
I've spent a lot of my life around playgrounds. Don't claim to be an expert, but I do know that if we try and do the bare bones, we're probably underselling our children's future. In the original project, there were a whole lot of extra bells and whistles that we could have had that I don't believe are necessary. But these two, the shelter and the junior timber structure, are probably the icing on the cake to make this a very, very good children's playground, catering for just about every age, without putting in extraneous material that probably won't get used. So, for an extra just over 100k, we're going to come up with a far more functional playground than we would have had without all the extra bells and whistles that are in the more flash design. That I don't think we need all of those. I think we've just about got it right, and I thank Councillor Niago, noting that he's been recently working in a school. He's obviously learning a lot about playgrounds there. This is good.
Mm-hmm. Good job. All right, anybody else speaking to this one? Councillor Pearl?
Yeah, I think we should supersise this and get the most value of the money we possibly can. I'd be prepared to go more than this, and it's for two primary reasons. Firstly, Albert Park, Middle Park don't get enough investment in this type of infrastructure. They're underdone. There's lots of families there that need more support in the form of this infrastructure. The people that live around there get very little benefit from council in terms of those that particularly have young families. That is the most used park. If you take out Albert Park Primary School, which isn't in our control, and the foreshore, that would be the most used park by a country mile for any young family with kids between the ages of 0 and 12 in that area. It's bang for buck. It needs to last 20 or 30 years, and it needs to have a vast array of equipment and toys to support young families in Middle Park and Albert Park, and it's good value for money. I'd be prepared to increase our investment that we're proposing here because we need to get it done properly, because at the moment Albert Park's getting a raw deal.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to the item? No? All right. Do you want to close, Councillor Niagri? No? Okay, let's go to the vote. All those in favour? All right. All those against? Would you like me to call division? All right, it's carried. All right. Okay. I persuaded. We all persuaded. Okay. Under 13.2. They'll thank you later. All right, let's get on to it. Let's finish the meeting. 13.2, appointment of Councillor Crawford as Councillor's delegate to MAV External Committee. Any questions? Councillor Nagy wants to move it. Who would like to second it? Okay, Councillor Martin, I'll let you do it. Okay, Councillor Nagy, want to speak to it?
I just wanted to thank Councillor Crawford for stepping in. Unfortunately, with my work commitments, I'm not able to attend the upcoming MAV State Council as much as I would love to, and so she's very graciously agreed to step in and will fulfil that role for the rest of this council term, as it's unlikely I'll be able to attend the State Council in the later half of this year as well.
Thank you. Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Councillor Crawford.
All right. We'll leave it. Anybody else speaking to it? Nope. Let's go to the vote. All those in favour? You're in. Carried. All right. 13.3, Councillor Expenses Monthly Reporting for April 2024. Any questions of the officers in relation to the report? Who would like to move it? Councillor Crawford. So many hands. Councillor Pearl, second. Councillor Crawford speaking to it. Councillor Pearl. I'll add, I know I have a big expense under training. I don't know. It's actually in July, I'll be going to the National Local Government Assembly in Canberra. So expense for now, but future important thing. All right, let's go to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. On to 13.4, records of informal meetings of council. Any questions of the officers in relation to the report? Who would like to move this? Okay, Councillor Sirikov and Councillor Martin to second. Councillor Sirikov, are you speaking to it?
Yes, that was a lot of meetings.
Good point. Councillor Martin? No. Anybody else? Let's go to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. All right, on to notice of motion. Councillors, we do have one notice of motion tonight. That's item 14.1, a motion raised by me in relation to the Lifesaving Club parking permits. It's up on the screen, same as you've seen it in your packs. Do I have someone who'd like to second this? Okay, Councillor Clark, thank you. Any questions of the officers in relation to the report? No? Yes? Okay, Councillor Crawford.
I guess the question is, I just want to clarify, we do now have a way of collecting data, don't we, around this particular permit use for the future? Because we swapped over and we didn't have a lot of information, but now we are keeping track of how many are actually utilised every year, so future councils can check in on that.
Brian, is that for you or for Karen?
If Karen's...
Karen, are you online? Karen Roach? No, that's all right. We're moving quickly, so people are...
So through you, Mayor, my understanding is we do keep a record of how many of those permits are purchased. I'm not confident that we keep a record of how frequently they are used.
Yeah, so it's more about who uptakes it rather than...
It's how many are up... Yes, it's the uptake.
Yep, fair. Any other questions in relation to the report?
Yes, so just follow up on that question. So is it then a case of then you go back to each of the lifesaving clubs and say that if this was adequate or inadequate then at the end of each year, say, possibly?
So through you, Mayor, each of the clubs will have an entitlement. They don't get those automatically. They'll need to pay for them. If they only pay for 3 or 4 of them out of the 10, if that's the example, we'll keep a record of that from time to time. But we don't keep a record of how many cars each day use the permits.
CEO, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I think through you, Mayor, to be clear, historically this was the way it was set was based on what was the actual permit provision from the financial year prior. The argument from some of the clubs is that historically they may have had even higher use than that, so whether that was the right baseline or not. In reviewing the request, in the Mayor reviewing this request and having discussions with the lifesaving clubs, we did get an update on what the current use of the allocation was. For some of them, obviously, like Sandridge and Port Melbourne and St Kilda, where they've got very low allocations, obviously they can't. There's no evidence or data there. But for the other ones who had larger allocations, they were operating within the allocations. But their argument to us has been that they believe they're disproportionately lower compared to some other foreshore clubs because of the history. But I guess what we've also been trying to highlight is that the intention is that we need to manage the allocation of parking on the foreshore for now and into the future. And we want to make sure that these clubs have adequate support and the Mayor is, in part of developing the notice of motion, considered the request from the clubs and officers' advice and proposed a small increase, particularly for those who've got no allocation at the moment. And we'll see how that works.
Thank you. I have a clarifying question as well on my own motion. I know that we are looking at so there's two types of permits here. The first one is more the volunteer-based, going to year-round. And those ones we've deemed would be transferable, as in they're not attached to an actual car. They're more tend for the club to use for whoever's on roster that day. If it was to the satisfaction of a club, would that same concept be possible, that maybe the club decides that, or they work it out a system that people pay from, they share them, that's not to a license, to a registration of a certain car? So if, the under 12 team and the under 10 team, they can figure out some way to do this?
Essentially, through you, Mayor, if you've got the 3 permits in that situation, you are able to then swap the cars in terms of who uses that. It's not allocated to a car, these permits.
So not both the volunteer ones, the Foreshore Community Service permits and the Foreshore Club permits will be transferable?
I'm confident about one, not so much about the other, but I think that's right. Just because of the small numbers and because they are still the way they are used.
Okay, understand. That's challenging. Okay, any other questions? Councillor Nyagri?
My question also was just whether, when you say we're going to get data on the use of the permits, you mean them being allocated out to individual people, not the number of times that they would actually be parked at the foreshore and
that's correct.
Being utilised? And do we collect similar data for the Royal Melbourne Yacht Squadron?
Through you, Mayor, I envisage that we can, we now have it's all systematised, it's available, so we should be able to get data on, we have a nominal allocation, but we'll have data on who those permits have been allocated to.
Okay. My last question was just, is it envisaged that these permits would move to an e-permit system as part of the transition that's kind of coming up, or would these remain physical stickers that people will be able to see?
Transferable one probably is physical.
Through you, can I just indicate, Mayor, in terms of your previous question, as I said, I wasn't confident about the Foreshore Club permits. They are not transferable.
Okay.
It's the other one that is transferable. In terms of the e-permit question,
I might just jump in if that's okay. At the moment, I would envisage long term we would be shifting as many permits across to e-permit as we could. We would need to consider and think about how the community is going to experience that, whether that's people looking at expected usage, or whether that's permit users themselves. So we're obviously testing the current residential permits, and the expectation would be over time we would be rolling this out to broader permits as well.
Sorry, another question actually.
Yeah, go ahead.
You sort of sparked a thought in my head. As part of the e-permits, are we collecting data on the vehicles that are being scanned? I assume that would actually enable you to get usage data on things like Foreshore Club permits. If you're monitoring beach usage and scanning permits regularly, you would over time be able to get a good data set on how much of those permits are actually being used.
My understanding, so if permits were being used, if someone's got a digital permit which allows them access at specific times or all year round, if they use that, if parking enforcement officers were going down to check on validity, they would check that registration and they would see if they did or didn't have a permit. How that clocks in the system, I'm unclear at the moment, but they would definitely be looking at that.
Okay. All right.
I get that on notice at some point.
All right, let's keep going. So I've moved it. If there's no further questions, I'll speak to it. Look, when we do a policy, we do our best to capture it and based on the information we have at hand. And given the changeover in the system, I think our information may be not as it may be accurate, it may have some issues for clubs like this. And the first part of it where it's about just extending, it makes sense that they're not just operating at these clubs in the high season. They do training year round to retain membership and retain and increase their skills across the year. So going, I know school programs go down to the beach and they need people to be there for those programs. 12 months a year for the community service makes sense. The clubs have reached out saying we also need to be able to offer these to our members because many do live outside the area. We're very lucky in the city of Port Phillip. We live next to the foreshore. Now, there are people who are also interested in life-saving activities that do not live in the city of Port Phillip, but this is the place that they want to join these clubs, and that's something I want to encourage, and that's the option here to help support that. I know that there are some clubs that already utilize a lot of the permit, and the increase here is only small, but it's also relevant and fair to the broader user group in, for example, the Elwood Foreshore area with multiple other types of water sports and water engagement as well as grass sports. I think that this is a good increase. There may be a need for it to be asked for later for more. We'll see the utilization based on what this will be if it passes tonight, and especially when a future review is done, we will have this information so the next council that looks at it will have the information as well. Councillor Clark, you second it. You can speak next if you'd like to.
No, I think enough has been said. Thank you.
You're ready to go home. Okay, anybody else speaking to it? No. All right. Okay, let's go to the vote. All those in favour? Okay, good. That's carried. All right, all those against? And it's carried. Thank you. I forget to do that again. Okay, councillors, we'll move on to reports by councillor delegates. Councillors, do we have any reports from council delegates tonight?
Not this week.
Good. Save them for shorter meetings. Urgent business. Councillors, are there any items of urgent business I don't know about already? No? Let's go on to confidential matters. Councillors, as explained at the start of the meeting, item 17.1, confidential VCAT matter, has been removed from the agenda. Therefore, we have two confidential reports listed on the agenda, being 17.2, JL Murphy Reserve Pitch 2 and Pitch 3 Upgrade Tender Award, and 17.3, commercial matter. I now call on the councillor to move that the meeting be closed to members of the public. Thank you, Councillor Nyagri, and Councillor Sirikoff to second. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Councillors, we now conclude the public part of the meeting. I advise members of the public that there are no further open items to be discussed. This will be the conclusion of the public meeting. Thank you for joining us tonight. 11:09.